Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. And I have Abernathy on my lap right now, which is causing a lot of problems because he desperately wanted attention, like right now. And I can try to kick him off my lap, but then he jumps right back on. And I just have to make sure he doesn't try to eat my necklace. Welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. So far in the SandBox, we have Hermeteorologist, me, Jet, 56 Nick Rich, and Swift Returns, and John Davis. Welcome everyone. It's so glad to see you out on such a beautiful day. Well, it's beautiful here anyway. Yes, I'm getting distracted by the kitty in my lap. You know, you're not allowed to be on my lap without actually showing your cute, adorable face to everyone. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh, this is so cute. He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Squishy face. Squishy face. Ah. Oh. And he's still shedding like crazy. I try brushing him, but my God, I've never had a cat shed this much. 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much with the $2 super chat. Happy Pride, everyone, and happy Pride to you too. Yes. In Toronto right now, and I believe in New York City, they're having their big Pride parades. I saw a report in Toronto, there's 25,000 people watching. No, it wasn't watching. Sorry, it'd be a lot more than that. 25,000 people marching in the parade alone. But Toronto's Pride is one of the biggest in the world, so it doesn't surprise me too much. Do have a couple positive news stories around that we will get to at the very end as a way to kind of end all of this off. But let's see what people are saying so far. I haven't plugged in my headphones yet because this cat is on my lap, and if I try to put the cords near here, he will eat them. And so eventually I will kick him off and he will stay off my lap. But yeah, people liking kitty cats. Jet saying cats have an impeccable way of finding the worst possible timing. They do. And he's very heavy. Swift Return says, my family went to Toronto. I'm so jealous, but I can't handle being out of the house that long. Well, they are live streaming the shows. I have actually participated in the parades, but I've never actually watched one live. Because back when I was, more politically active with the NDP, I went to Toronto to march in the Pride Parade with the NDP. Yes, even with Jagmeet Singh at one point, I marched in the Pride Parade with him. That was a while ago. But I've never actually been up there because for the actual watching of it, because it is a nightmare if you don't like people, like don't like being in crowds and stuff. Like I would park not near the downtown, obviously, park somewhere, take the transit in, but then finding a good spot around the parade route where you're not going to be blocked in front of somebody, plus you're standing the entire time, because there's nowhere to sit, and if you sit, then people will be standing in front of you type thing. Like if I had a friend with a window or a balcony that overlooked it, I would so be hitting them up for that. That would be just so wonderfully perfect. But it is something I do want to do at some point. Let's see. John Davis saying Abernathy needs to live stream. I think he could have a wonderful live stream. I would probably get jealous. He'd get more people than me, probably. Because he's so adorable. He's so adorable. 56 Nick Ridge in Toronto, but couldn't make any parades or marches. Too old. Yeah, I lived in Toronto for a few years, and back then I just, again, it's the crowd thing I think that really bugs me the most. Just being around so many people. I can tolerate it sometimes. Like I've been to New Year's Eve celebrations type thing, but those are more mobile in a way because you can move around the crowd easier. You're not missing anything. The fireworks are up in the sky type thing. But to watch the parade, you're standing in one spot the entire time with people just like cramped up all around you. Ugh. Doesn't sound, um, you know, like something I would actually want to be in. But marching in it was great. The only problem marching in it is you don't get to see all the other wonderful floats and people and stuff that are in the parade. So who knows? Maybe one year I'll get there. I'll get there. Swift Returns wondering, what email am I supposed to use? If you're talking about emailing me, if it's relating to this channel, leftofthebox@gmail.com. That would be the email to use. Let's see. Jet, not a fan of crowded places, yeah. Oh, 56 Nick Ridge wondering if I can boost the volume. Yeah, I am speaking kind of far away from the mic, sorry. Abernathy's like right on my lap, so it's hard for me to scooch on in here. Oh, wait a sec, I can do this. There, that should be a bit better. There were updates, of course, on my computer, and it always messes up the OBS in one way or another when it does it. So hopefully this sounds a little bit better. Let me know, 56 Nick Rich, if this is a bit better. And once Abernathy is finally off my lap, I'll be able to scooch in a bit more. Because he's cutting off the circulation to my legs. He's really heavy. The Wild West, I watched Toronto Pride Parade on YouTube. 3 hours. Yeah. Soul Life, I'm going to sign Sandy up for so much spam now. What, using my LeftoftheBox@gmail.com email? Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. I am so tired. Apparently had a dream of some kind because I threw myself off the bed, woke up hitting the floor like a sack of potatoes. Ouch, that sounds horrid. Yeah. Sorry, this cat is like shedding all over the place. But who here in the SandBox watched me on, well, not me, but Minuet on this space last Wednesday? I want to know what you thought. Because I love performing and stuff. And I want to know what people thought of Minuet, of my book. I read the full first chapter of it for everyone. The most recent chapter. And I had a lot of fun doing that, although it's kind of hard to be talking that much with those fangs in. But let me know what you thought about it. Let's see. Okay, Abernathy, I need you off my lap. This is actually really starting to hurt. Come on. Oh, kitty. Oh, yeah, I lost circulation in that leg. Okay, there. See, now I'm closer to the mic. You can probably hear me a lot better. That I'm speaking like directly into it. Abernathy is still like down here, and I'm worried he's going to try to jump up on here still. There's not much of an arm to this chair, and so things just kind of get really messed up. Hello, Orb Rumor. May I lend some incoherent babble to the chat? Of course. John Davis says, I did love Minuet. Nice. Swift returns. Wait, that wasn't a real vampire? Of course it was. I need to do something about getting a white streak in my hair, though. Because right now I'm using baby powder. Oh. Or maybe I just stick to that. I don't know. It kind of works. Why do my vampires have to have white streaks in their hair? Oh, it's so interesting because I have that other secret book I wrote. And I've been making like social media about it and whatnot. And it's so fascinating being on social media that isn't in tune to my political algorithms, just seeing all the different things out there and whatnot. And even then, I still get into the political stuff. It's hard for me to not, because I'm very political in nature. But it's interesting for sure. And I'm half tempted to start interacting with people I know through that handle who won't know it's me. But then I'm like, I can't. I just, I would never feel okay doing something like that to someone I like. It's not a me thing. I can't do that sort of thing. But it is super fascinating just seeing a different side of, the algorithms. And there was something else I was going to say relating. Oh, right, right. The other thing I was going to say, kind of relating to that, is in the near future, I will be switching over the SandeeLovas handles on Blue Sky and Twitter to being uh, exclusively about my book and arts, similar to what I set up originally with my Instagram. So, Instagram, since I grabbed both handles at the same time, LeftoftheBox and SandeeLovas, I split them right away. But with Twitter, when I first signed up, Left of the Box actually wasn't available. But more recently, it has become available and I took it. So I'm still struggling to build up a following on there. Same with Blue Sky. I got the Left of the Box handle on there much later than my original SandeeLovas handle. So eventually I'm going to be switching all my political content over to those, like the Left of the Box handles, and then the other handles will be for like promoting my book and my art. And that will be happening in the near-ish future. It's a bit of a struggle for me because the algorithms on my Twitter account for SandeeLovas are so in tune to what I do for this channel. And there's not the option, like I wish there was, of like, oh, here's a profile, follow everyone they're already following type thing. Like follow everyone this person is following. Because that would be very helpful in trying to transfer over a lot of things. Plus, there's not a lot of people following me on those handles. But I was worried because I'm like, where am I going to get the reach? If I switch over, I'm not going to have the same reach and all that sort of stuff. But then I realized I'm getting virtually no engagement. It doesn't matter which handle I'm posting under. There's like no engagement. Getting 10 likes on something is mind-blowing to me. But it is interesting on my other secret account because I'm using it like exclusively to promote my other book. I've already gotten so many DMs on it, all from people in marketing. Just like, no. I do not have the money to pay someone to market my book. Not that I know. And that's the thing. There's like so many scams out there and whatnot. I wouldn't even know where to begin on who to trust with that. And, oh, there's this promoter. And it's like, if you're talking to me just because you think you can promote my book, the answer's no. Oh, let's see. But I'm still super curious about what people thought of, the first chapter of my book. This book. Necroplasm. I love this book so hard. So hard. Let's see what people are saying. But part of ugh. I think you guys know me and my ADHD brain by now. But I also wanted to say that I have been able to start working on the TYT script again. It's going in small doses, and there's a video I want to show people that I'm like, wow, this is like calling to my soul. It is so representative of how I feel, but I don't know if I can because I don't know if it's copywritten or not. Actually, I'm just going to pull it up on the YouTube. And I'm also getting super paranoid with all these different handles and stuff that I have right now that I'm totally going to miss and reveal myself to everyone. Let's see. So the channel is called Diplomatic. It's a duck channel. Let's see. I'll have to mute this for a second, just in case it starts playing instead of going to the channel. There we go. It's this channel. I will show you the channel that I am talking about. Diplomat Duck. I thought I was already subscribed to this channel. Oh, subscribe plus. Okay, so it's asking me to become like a member. There is, let's see, it's under the shorts. Where is it? I don't know how long ago they actually made this video. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah! I'm feeling this! They have one that's just for ADHD. Where is it? The meaning of life, emotional stage dictatorships, lives in the 2000 duck merch, bipolar, PTSD, psychopathy, BPD, OCD, ducks own capitalism. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this, but my God, this video here, I feel so hard. I feel so hard. I'm so tempted. It's a short and it's fun. But I don't know what kind of, I don't want to get hit up for a copyright. And I don't know this channel well enough to know if it would do that or not. So I'm very reluctant to want to play it. Because there's other little shorts that I've shown before where it's like, this is copywritten material, you know? And it's like, God damn it. You know, I want to show it for reasons. Nothing more. I don't know. I don't know. Here, shot. I will put the link in the SandBox. No, I want to. Where? No, no, just there. I guess I have to click on it. And let's do share. Copy. There we go. That's the link to the ADHD duck video that I'm just like, wow. I feel it to the core of my soul. And this is me trying to work on the TYT video that's right about me saying that. Ah! So like the TYT video I'm working on is broken into sections. And the first section isn't even so much about TYT. It's about like some audience members in TYT and how I feel like they're being scammed by the main show and how to build like leftist solidarity and all that sort of stuff. And then it gets more into like the TYT, like people are saying that, you know, they don't like when hosts get bullied and things of that sort. And I'm like, well, if you don't like it, if they get bullied, why are you okay with them bullying others? And then I start going into like a lot of the breakdowns of like, this is how they've treated former employees of TYT and co-hosts and all that sort of stuff. And then how they flip-flopped on these issues and on and on and on. And basically the video is trying to target the audience of TYT to get them to really understand, like, why are you a fan of them still? And I'm to the point now where I have to start adding in these massive video montages I've done. And so it's a lot of organizing as I try to figure out which order I'm doing the montages in, play the montage for myself so I can figure out, okay, what dialogue am I saying in between, because I have a really hard time ad-libbing it. So I still need to script it out to some extent. And so then start putting the montages in the right order in the video, gathering the tweets that I want to use as images and all that sort of stuff. So this part, it's a little bit, you know, it's a lot of work. But I've put something on myself to make sure that it's a priority, as in I desperately, desperately want to get back to this. I have sequels and prequels that are in my head, but I'm not letting myself start any aspect of this book, of these books, until I'm done that TYT video. So it's like my incentive to get that done. Because I desperately want to start working on this. Like, I live in this world of this book still regularly. When I go on my walks and stuff, I'm in the world and I'm seeing like all these other stories starting to form. But I still need to talk to someone who's okay with spoilers. Oops, I dropped my slinky. Who's okay with spoilers and has read the book, because I need to like bounce ideas off them and get some ideas as to like, I know something has to happen here in this timeline, but what is that thing? Like, help me narrow it down and that sort of thing. Um, so let's go back to checking the sandbox. Uh, uh. Okay, okay. I saw some things out of the side of my eye that I actually wanted to get to. Uh, John Davis saying, my henna is almost gone. Yes, it is. And it's kind of to the point where it's like, I kind of want to remove it now because it's looking really all over the place. I looked online, olive oil apparently will help get rid of it, which I will probably do when I think about it when I'm not in front of the camera. Because I have to think about it at a time when I'm actually able to follow through with it in order for me to be able to do it. Uh, oops. So Swift Return says, I can't lie, I didn't hear your book before. I had left the stream on lurk while I went upstairs to install AC in the kids' room. Sorry about that. Well, you can always go back. And did you purposely type a boot like that? Because you think I'm Canadian, so I'm going to say boot instead of about. uh, Swift Returns. Oh my fucking god, I just realized why you call it the sandbox. Really? Really? I kind of think it's pretty evident. My name is Sandy. This is Left of the Box. It makes perfect sense that this would be the sandbox. Um, but you can go back to the live stream on this space, and they'll have it. And you just need to scroll through it to when you see me come in as Minuet. And about a half hour into my hour slot, I start reading the book. And you'll also notice because I'll be holding the book up because I'm reading from it. And then you can listen to the first chapter. And I would love some feedback on it. I would love some feedback on it. So like a chatter that pops in here on occasion as a paid TYT member still, it's wild. You see, the thing is that you can't necessarily judge them based on that without knowing more, because some people want to support John Iorola, help him keep his job and stuff. And some people want to support the network, not Jink and Anna, but they want to support the network. And I can understand that. Plus, you get all the exclusive behind the scenes stuff, the full videos and all that sort of stuff, where you might see other things that aren't horrible. Like, and this is part of what I'm going to be going over in the video. It's really hard to let go of something that has helped you find community. And there is a TYT community, the TYT army. And if it's helped you through rough times and, made you feel not so alone in this very disconnected world, it's very, very hard to let go of that sort of thing. At some point, though, it has to happen. And I'm hoping my video will basically help to wake those people up that, you have to re-examine TYT and see it for what it is, not what it used to be, and not what it used to be to you. And for a lot of people, it's very, very difficult, especially if they don't feel like there's somewhere else they can go. because yes, there's the majority report community. Is it as big? I don't know, but it's probably more interactive because of their Discord. So, I will be suggesting that people move over into that community. There's, of course, the SandBox, but, it's tiny. Um, so without that community, and plus in that community, you already have connections and you have a certain presence and people know you or stuff. And it's so hard to let go. Like for me, no matter how bad Twitter gets, I don't know if I'd ever be able to switch completely over to Blue Sky, even though supporting Twitter is kind of problematic. And Blue Sky, much better environment. But I already have the algorithms built the way that I want in Twitter, the connections, the ability to find the articles that I want. There's people that follow me there that don't follow me on Blue Sky. And there's people on Twitter who haven't gone over to Blue Sky. And so I would have to give up all of that and be starting from scratch in a way if I were to move completely over to Blue Sky. And you have to look at a lot of the TYT audience like that too. And so a lot of the video is talking to the audience from a place of compassion, and understanding why it could be so difficult to move over. But at this point, it needs to start happening more because a while ago you could justify it saying TYT was net positive, that, they were putting out more good than harm. Objectively, I can't say that anymore. They're putting out more harm than good. Cenk and Anna are anyway. Let's see. Swifter returns. The cat behind them won't stop making eye contact with me. This kitty cat? Yes, it's a very intense drawing. Wow, do you ever get sucked into the eyeballs of that cat? His name was Thumper, because when we found him, he was a kitten and quite sick, actually. And we gave him his first bath, and his back paw started going like this. And so, okay, his name was Thumper. And he was a very, very unique kitty. He was a male calico, which a lot of people say, well, that can't be possible. It is. It's extraordinarily rare, just like there can be orange female cats, which is also extremely rare. So there's a high probability he was intersexed. Not that it mattered because his balls were chopped off before he ever had babies. So Live, you can literally just hang out in TYT chat for a day and get free membership. LOL, but maybe that's harder now that their chat is paywalled behind a slow mode. Yeah, I noticed that. You can't even participate in the chat on TYT on YouTube anymore. So Life also saying apparently TYT is banning anyone with criticism in their chat these days. Between bans and people walking away, the chat just sucks now. Yeah, I saw it last time, and it's a lot of hype, and I wonder how many of those are paid to hype it and whatnot. Hello, John Martinez. TYT is no different from Fixed Noise, the fascist network, and News Without Facts. It's getting there, it's getting there. And or rumor saying TYT gave us Ruben Door smooth move, Jank. Yeah. Let's just say there's a lot of commentary in that video that I'm doing, which is part of the reason why it's taking so long. Is I want to make sure I'm saying everything I want to say. And it gets harder because the longer it has gone on, the more I want to add to it. Like even something more recently where he was like, oh, MTJ, she was on our show and she's anti-war. Well, no, she's not. And you would think someone with as much media experience as Jank would know this about the vast majority of politicians out there, is that they will say whatever they feel they need to say to secure people's votes. But then they will vote whichever way they feel they need to in order to secure donations. I do not care what a politician says on a show, says in front of the camera. What I care about is their actions. Has MTJ voted in a way that would support her rhetoric of being anti-war? What has she done in the House that would support her being anti-war? I know she's had committee meetings on like transphobic stuff, anti-choice stuff, like a lot of horrendous stuff she has had committee meetings on. But how many committee meetings has she had on being anti-war or anything of that sort? You do not judge politicians based on what they say. You judge them on what they do. And that's why there's lots of room for disappointment. I'll get into Zoran in just a moment. And yes, great, everyone's happy. I'm a little bit more reserved. Like, I hope he is what he claims to be, but as soon as some politicians get into power, we've seen it before, I would like to think he's different. But that's the thing. I do cut certain people slack if they haven't been a politician, like a public politician before, like Mark Carney and Zoran. So I cut them a lot more slack. But like Mark Carney has now destroyed any slack that I cut him. So it's yet to be seen. And I don't get that. Like, I'm glad he won, no doubt about it, but I don't get that emotionally invested until I start seeing what they're doing with their newfound position. And he's also not even mayor yet, because the American system is fucked. The idea that you have to have primaries for a mayor is so stupid to me. Because we don't have that up here in Canada. Everyone who runs on a municipal level is basically running as an independent. You do not represent a party. Yes, they can be part of a political party. They can be part of the Conservative Party, part of the Liberal Party, but they are not running as a party member to represent the party. So everyone is basically running as an independent. There's no primaries. There's just the election, and the plurality wins. And so the idea that you have to spend basically a year just to get a mayor blows my mind. Because here, municipal elections, they last about a month, and then it's done. I would like to find a middle ground. I would like our election cycles to be longer, because sometimes the election cycle is the only time Canadians actually pay attention. And I would like to expand that. And a month just isn't long enough. A year is way too fucking long. It jumped. Because I get talking. I think I found the right profession to be in for somebody with ADHD. Where was I? Where was I? Okay, there was that I put into the SandBox. So, like, to be honest, I think TYT is at a phase where it's relying on drama and hate watch interaction to stay afloat. They will still have a market, they're definitely centrist, no doubt about it, and semi-right wing on a lot of their topics. And as anti-establishment as Jank is, they're serving the establishment. And as long as they do that, they'll find funders that we don't know about. John Martinez, the cat drawing is beautiful. Seriously, I can't stop looking at it. How exceptionally talented you are. Why, thank you. Prints are available. I think they're $100 plus shipping, because it is a large drawing. It's an 11 by 14. It's not my standard 9 by 12 portraits that I do. And the quality of the prints that I get from this studio are fucking amazing. So you can see it up close and in detail, because it is so hard to convey the detail with just how backed up it is. Like, let's see if I pull it up in here, open. Let's go to desktop, and then go to my art, and then go to my professionals, and then go to, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The JPEG. And so this is the JPEG of it, which is still kind of like lower resolution than it could be, because it's for like posting online and stuff. And let's see, I'm just going to change it a bit so that you can see it a little bit better. No, not that way. Let's, no, not that way. Ah. There we go. Okay. Show this to you guys. So this is the JPEG of it for me to post online and whatnot, so you can get a better look at it. And we can zoom in now. But as you can see, it starts to get pixelated already, because it's not meant for like high detailed. So you can't, it's hard to show the detail online of this drawing and just how incredible it is, if I do say so myself. But yeah, it's quite the drawing, and just like the detail like in around the eyeball here and everything. And I say this like I didn't draw it. Like I drew it. I don't know how. It appears on the paper like magic. I watch the pencil as it goes. It boggles my mind how I did this. I wish you guys could see the detail better on here this way, but it gets pixelated like really badly here. Because these images aren't meant to be like high resolution for sharing and stuff, so that people then can't go and just steal this and print it off. But yeah, he was a very intense kitty cat. And of course, there's also this one. My most recent drawing. No. Well, most recent drawing I can show on here for reasons. And you know what? I'm not happy with it. I'm still not happy with it. Like, it's done. It's officially done. I've got the scan of it. It'll be going up on the webpage eventually. It's done. I'm going to be doing another one because I'm not happy with that one. Let's see. Is the volume still really low? I don't know. Let's see. No, not that one. I think I have it maxed out here. Huh. Properties, advanced audio properties. Check. It's, now let me know if this is any better. It's so annoying because you get the settings. You don't change the settings. But then suddenly the settings are changed on you. That I can change it. It's still, yeah, I can see it on the green bar. It's still not as good. So I'll pop that up even higher. And then the next time I do this, when I get on here, it's going to be like screaming at all you guys. Let's do that. Okay, hopefully this is better. Let me know. John Martinez, Jane's recent meltdowns are because everyone but the fascists see through his bullshit, and he's pissed that the real people aren't supporting it. Bobby. I'm sorry, Sandy, but I'm a very slow reader and I'm only about 60% through the book. I will let you know when I am through. Like, thank you. Yeah, like that's one of the other things about being an author is that you finish it, you put it out there, you want the feedback like right away, but it takes people time. I'm not a fast reader either. Um, so I completely understand. And plus people just get busy with life and whatnot. It's not an instant consumable form of art. It takes time, and I understand that. But I will be very curious to know what you think of it when you're done. Okay, I think I'm done talking about TYT for now, so I'll skip those comments. Hello, Mistman. Did I say hi to Pixel Snob yet? If not, hello. Hello, Marty. Let's see. Because I do have a lot of stuff to go through. People are seeing the artwork right there. Miss Ma'am Emma lacks vampire teeth. Jet Sandy's talent for drawing is always incredible. Why, thank you. So Pixel Snob saying, I mean, I can hear you, but it's low. Volume now, no change to you guys, huh? That's really weird. Because I made adjustments. Check, 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 check. That's probably getting lower. Check, check. Close. Okay. Probably too loud. Now, how is it? Let me know. Hello, the true Democratic North. But yeah, I bumped it up. I bumped it up. Okay, some people saying the volume's fine, other people not, but I'm seeing on the little sound bar that I have that it's probably more in range to what it should be now, because it was a bit low, because I want it where it's at the top of the green and just touching into the yellow, which it's doing right now. Okay. Okay. Well, it can be too loud, 56 Nick Rich, because then if I ever get around to clipping these again, it's problematic for reposting onto YouTube if it's too loud, because then it kind of fries out too. Anyway, I should probably actually get on. Oh my God, it's been over a half hour. ADHD in this. I still want to show the duck video. If anyone has the ability to go online and see if it's copywritten so that I can show it, or I'll show it like right at the very end, the ADHD diplomat duck video that I kind of popped up on screen at the beginning. If anyone can find out if I'm actually able to share that content, I would appreciate it. And I can try maybe like putting a picture over it or something and changing the speed to get around that. But it really resonates hard with me anyway, as to what it's like trying to do a video about TYT, like the monster size video that I'm doing with ADHD. It's very, very difficult to stay on task, on focus. It's also very, very difficult just to switch modes and get into doing it. But like I said, I'm at the point now where I have to start putting the montages in order and writing out the dialogue about the montages that I'm doing. So, let's see. 56 Nick Rich says it's better now. Okay. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Okay. We should probably get on with it. So anyway, earlier this week, I went on to this space a couple times. Perfect timing. Lanier now wants on my lap. Distracted again. So yes, earlier this week, I was on this space for a couple times. One was my slot on Wednesdays from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, where Minuet took over for me. And they read the first chapter of the book I wrote about them. Really, it was fun. It was fun. And the last Wednesday of every month, Minuet will be coming on this space to talk to everyone as opposed to me. But then I was also on Tuesday evening because there was a big election going on. And by big election, really, it's not, it's important, like it's significant. But again, it's not even for the mayorship. It's just to have somebody who is now part of a party who is now be running for Americans. Your stupid election system. Because it was a primary for the mayoralship of New York City. And Zoran Mamdani was a candidate that much of us on the progressive left were very excited about. Oops, sorry, Lanier. Kind of hit him on the head. And people wanted to know more about him, were hoping that he would win, had a grassroots movement, saying all the right things that us progressives love to hear. Oh, he's so cute. And I went on for a bit. But then I listened to everyone because everyone was saying, oh, it's ranked choice voting. We won't get the results tonight, and on and on and on. And so I'm like, okay, I stayed on till 10:30. And I'm like, I'll cut out now. Pretty much right after that, they announced that Zoran won, which people weren't necessarily expecting right out the gate because they were expecting, okay, so it has to do the counts and the runoffs, and so we'll probably know July 1st. But he got so many votes that he outright won the first count, which, again, very significant. And so I just wanted to show a couple videos about it. One is from the night before, just so you can get an idea as to who Zoran is, although I'm pretty sure all of you already know. And Lanier is looking at these chords like they're spaghetti. Let's go. So this is from Zoran Mandami. If tangled. This is the day before the election. And he tweeted out, hope is not naive when you have a vision and a movement behind it. Hope is in fact righteous. This is the dawn of a new era in New York City, and we will win it together.
Good morning, everyone. We are approaching the dawn of a new era in New York City. We are turning the page on the corrupt politics of the past that made this the most expensive city in the United States of America. Today, I am filled with gratitude for the more than 50,000 volunteers that have powered this campaign for the last 8 months, for the tens of thousands more who have already cast their ballots. And I'm filled with conviction that we will win this race. We've shown that by focusing on the issues of working and middle-class New Yorkers across this city, that by listening instead of lecturing, that by creating a politics of no translation, New Yorkers will join you in your fight for a new city. What we offer is a way to sustain this city that I so deeply love. What we offer is a vision to keep New Yorkers in the place that they call home, and an antidote to the Trump administration and the hatred and the division that it spews. We are showing people that hope is not something that is naive. It is in fact righteous when it is built upon a plan and a vision. We are showing New York City that a better day is possible, and today is the first of many of them. Thank you so much.
Did I miss it? I was paying attention to Kitty Cat. There was something I wanted to comment on that I just thought was cute. It might be in the other video. So I do have a little bit more faith in him than I would with some other politicians. Because like I said, we've seen other politicians kind of get into it and completely turn face once they're in. And part of the reason why I have more faith with Zoran is a lot of the things he was saying they were popular, but not to the establishment. So his pro-Palestinian stances, his talk about the war, calling out the other politicians in their disregard for Palestinians and stuff. Oh, there it is. It actually made him a target for hate and stuff. And to do this during a campaign really does help me put faith, like gives me faith in what they will do once they get into office. Because a lot of politicians like to play it safe, but he really did put a target on his back by a lot of the stances that he did. And he had a very emotional video about some of the attacks that he's been under as a Muslim man running for office, especially in this environment right now where to be Muslim, a lot of Zionists will then just default, you're anti-Semitic if you're Muslim, which is just absolutely horrific. But I just want to point this out. I am so Majority Report brained that I saw this Liquid IV Sam Cedar voice. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it when I saw this. I'm just like, oh, Sam Cedar voice. It's sugar free. It says so right there. The lemon lime. He likes the pina colada blend. Anyway, so he won. And so this is a tweet the next day. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done. My friends, it's done, and you are the ones who did it. I'm honored to be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. Again, I'm just blown away that he's not even mayor yet. He's just the Democratic nominee for mayor. Guys, you Americans, you're messed up with your elections. He should be American now. Should be. But you see, this is my channel, and I want to make this about Canada. And so that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to center Canada right now with this. So he won the nomination. It's a primary. He won the nomination. And some political figures went out and congratulated him on his win just so that he could then run again. And just, the American system is so stupid. Including one of our politicians decided to comment on it. Let's just say it wasn't the brightest move she ever did. Marit Stiles, the leader of the Ontario NDP, tweeted this out after the breaking news that Cuomo conceded. She says, "Congratulations, Zora Mamdani. What you've built goes far beyond New York City. You've captured the imagination of progressives everywhere with a blueprint of how we can win, with hope, with values, and with belief that politics can be a force for good. We're watching and we're inspired." If you're a fan of my channel, you already know where I'm going with this. So the Ontario NDP is anything but what they are praising in this tweet. And in fact, they kicked out a Muslim woman, a black Muslim woman, for being pro-Palestinian. They kicked her out of caucus right at the beginning of the sessions that they had. They are not this. And to say that she got roasted in the comments, it'd be like, roasting a marshmallow that got turned black. We'll just go over a couple of them. Oh, here's a very intellectual person tweeting, replying. If you were more like him, the NDP would have won. The Fed and the provincial NDP are a shell of what the party stood for, says me. And yes, if the NDP had actually run a campaign like him and meant it, they would have won hands down, because part of the reason why he won on his grassroots movement is because it's popular. He got out 50,000 volunteers. That is a city's worth of volunteers because their values are popular. He inspired, he got people engaged to go out to the polls. Doug Ford won with roughly 18% of possible votes, again this time. People stood home because there was no one inspiring to get out to the polls. And if they had run a campaign like his, they would have inspired people to get out to the polls. And why this is so significant is I looked it up. New York City has about just like over 8 million people. Ontario has just over 14 million people. So it's not like the population is all that difference between the two. And if they had actually been what Zoran is, they would have won handily. And then there's just some other people. Rabbi David Metzvari says, you kick Sarah Jama out of your Ontario NDP. You cannot possibly expect us to take this seriously. Take a look in the mirror. If Mandami was in Ontario using forbidden words like genocide and BDS, you'd block him as well. You are neoliberal posing as a progressive. I can't even say leftist because you're basically guaranteed more liberal votes with each time you fumble the ball because you wouldn't know what it meant to be left wing even if it were dropped on your head. Anne McGrath and Watson would have booted him from your party long ago, Marat. Just ask Sarah Jama. Absolute hypocrisy from wealthy party boss who kicked out Sarah Jama, who won every polling place in our riding, signed up hundreds of hopeful new members, and then violated Zionist taboo against saying word ceasefire. You of all people can shut the fuck up, actually. Mandami ran a pro-Palestinian campaign and won. There's a distinct difference between you both. I really hope you and your team examines the comments. Many of them are activists and leftists. These are the voices people listen to when looking for progressive choices in politics. You really ought to reflect on that because the NDP will never win with you leading. Oh, fuck off. You're literally a major part of the problem. Yes, and the first step is for you to resign. And then somebody else is saying, like, is this a parody tweet? Like, did a parody account take it to do this? Like, it's just... It goes on and on and on. But just totally roasted in the comments for her doing that because, yeah, it is just so rich for her to be tweeting out something like this after what this party has done and stood for and has done to the NDP and what the NDP stood for. Oh... Let's see, that's not the next one that I wanted to get to. I want to get to that docket next. Anyway, go and check the SandBox, and then we're going to get more into politics. Oh, Lanier is licking my arm. It's so cute. He's so cute. Ah. Let's see. Oh, but my I'm losing circulation in my leg too. He's not as heavy, but I can't hold a position very long in any given position unless it's like super relaxed position because I have poor circulation. Yes, I'm oversharing. I'm autistic. I do that, which is why my body temperature is actually low. It is a thing. It is a thing. If there was ever a zombie apocalypse, I'd be immune because they would think I'm already dying. And it's a good way to see if thermometers are working is to check my blood temperature because it's low because of low circulation. And so it can get cut off very easily as well. I've woken up in the middle of the night plenty of times to find my arm is dead. And yeah, as some people have already pointed out, the fight for the mayorship of New York is nowhere near done. He just got to the next step, but there's going to be backlash. There's going to be pushback. My thoughts on it is a lot of the Democrats will then get behind a more establishment candidate, even if that candidate is far more right wing. So if Cuomo decides to run again, as an independent, they'll support him, or Eric Adams even. Like they'll support another establishment character, and the fight is not over, but the momentum that Zoran got from this win will hopefully carry him over. "56 Nick Ridge, the mayor of New York City, is a big deal in the USA. The winner has a lot of influence on the laws that are forwarded and voted on." Like, no doubt, it's the biggest city. Of course, it's going to have some big influence. Like, a lot of people will know the name of the mayor of Ottawa, but not even know the name of their own mayor. Not Ottawa, Toronto. Toronto being the biggest city in Canada. So a lot of people will know the name of the mayor of Toronto, but not of their own city. Hello, No Justice and their viewers. Welcome to the SandBox. So happy to see you here. Really appreciate the raid. I just was talking about Zoran's win for the nomination. The Americans. So silly. So Zoran won the nomination to become a candidate in the mayoral race. Because you can't just have a mayoral race. So the election in the States for a mayorship of the biggest city is a year. Which is just bonkers to me. But welcome to the SandBox. Super appreciate it. Everyone go check out the No Justice YouTube page. Let's see. Miss Man, a woman, black, Muslim, she's a triple threat to them. And living with visible disabilities. She was also an activist, is an activist. Not just was, is an activist. I was commenting it on the time when she initially won and became MPP. I was shocked she got through the vetting because she's an activist. And I know firsthand experience trying to get in with the NDP, they don't actually like activists because we tend to have a mind of our own and principles. Let's see. John Martinez, roasted marshmallow so great with chocolate and graham crackers. Get some s'mores going. I don't know actually the last time I did s'mores. But I did do roasted marshmallows not too that long ago. I had a couple weekends ago when I didn't have my Sunday shows because I was camping somewhere for one night, which was great. Except because it was just for one night, I was in my car. I didn't bother, to drive over to my mom's place to get my tent out of storage to maybe see if the tent isn't even good anymore. Just for one night, I'm like, no, screw it. I'm going to sleep in the car. And then I got super paranoid while I was sleeping in the car because my car alarm can go off very easily. And I was paranoid. I would move the wrong way and set off the car alarm at like 4 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the country where it's like so dead silent and give like everyone a heart attack. But I ate a lot of roasted marshmallows that night. I was so great. Hello, Carrie Woods. Hello, Sandy. Nice to hear your voice. I've been having a really hard week. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that I can cheer you up with some horrible news. I have some good news mixed in with this. I'm ending with some happy Pride news. Let's see, let's see. Soul Life saying they didn't see the rain. Hello, limey redneck. Welcome to the SandBox. And we have Dave's and Rachel Atwood. Welcome, welcome. Sorry if I'm missing your name. I do like to acknowledge people in the SandBox. And then it just keeps on jumping as I get all ADHD and distracted from what I'm actually going to do. Set threshold low. Welcome to the SandBox. Well, it's basically the Democrat primary because New York City is 90% Dem, but yeah, American election campaigns are weirdly long. Yes. And we also have political teacher. Welcome. Hello, FG. It's jumped and I'm going to let it jump because I need to actually get back to the news that I'm covering. Carrie Woods just saying, honestly, it has been a hard month. It started off well and just tumbled further into BS. I just need a win. Oh, I know that feeling oh so well. To say I've been there, it's putting it mildly. I know that feeling very, very well, and I hope you do get that win. Did the browser crash? It's working for me. But then again, I'm seeing myself on OBS. Tell you what, if it's not working, put thumbs up. Let me know in the SandBox if it's not working. Political teacher, hi there. I have my own channel covering British politics. If anyone is into that. We have several Brits regularly in the SandBox. So, yes. I do not know the channel, but everyone can go check it out and form their own opinions. I might take a peek later on. Looney Tunes 9000. 3 hours later, Santa gets back to the news. Yeah, it's kind of like that watching me, huh? But I do have important news to cover, but I have a really adorable cat on my lap and ADHD for the win. I don't know how entertaining this must be for people to watch as I go like 12 different directions in any given live stream. As I ramble on about different things, like, is this entertaining? Well, I suppose with the facial expressions I do, it could be slightly more entertaining than a lot of the commentaries you see. Yes, and everyone put it to live chat, not top chat. Let's see. Anyway, why don't we get back into it? And it's not the greatest of news that we're going to get into. Because, it's dark times. But we will see a Canadian politician speaking up in about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and telling Canada to get its act together type thing. One of our senators. Now, here in Canada, our senators are not elected. They are appointed, and it is a process, and it's supposed to be nonpartisan, which actually more or less checks out. Like, yes, they usually do have some political leanings and stuff, of course, but they're freer to talk about what's on their minds because they're not tied to a party. Because here in Canada, if you're part of a party and you speak out against that party, then you're often kicked out of that party. Sarah Jama. And she didn't even speak out against the party. She just spoke in favor of Palestinians. So a lot of politicians who are part of parties tend to keep their mouth shut. Senators don't have that same issue. So they can speak out a little bit more. And so today in Get to Know Your Canadian Politicians, we have here a Senator Ying-Po Wo. Who gave a couple of really good speeches on the House floor. So let's listen in as I untangle these cords, because somehow they get so tangled by just sitting on my desk. So, Ying Po Wo, this afternoon, 10 senators issued a statement on the extreme humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Israel's disregard for international law, and the legal risk that Canada faces in failing to act in the face of crimes against humanity. You can read it now, or you can just listen to it with me.
Honourable colleagues, on 11th June 2025, a group of 9 humanitarian organizations briefed senators on the plight of children in Ukraine and Gaza and pointed to the vast discrepancy in Canada's response to the two crises. They urged senators to do more to draw attention to atrocities in Palestine and to encourage the Canadian government to take stronger action in support of Palestinian children. Accordingly, a group of senators will be issuing a public statement this afternoon to express our concern about the extreme humanitarian crisis in Palestine, the disregard for international law by the State of Israel, and the legal risk that Canada faces in failing to act in the face of crimes against humanity.
So many of our politicians should be charged for complicity, for abating what is happening in Gaza. Like, yes, there should be consequences for what Canada has done when it comes to this. Absolutely.
The facts on the ground are horrific. According to UNICEF, more than 50,000 Palestinian children have been killed or injured by Israeli forces since October 2023.
Notice how he said children? Because sometimes the number that people will hear is that there's been 50,000 people killed. People, not just children. But we know that is a drastic undercount by like a digit. Because it's just, there's no way of knowing the full toll of what has happened there. And 50,000 children still sounds like an undercount when it comes to just that. Because half the people in Gaza are children.
A study by Oxfam concludes that more women and children have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli military over the past year than in an equivalent period of any other conflict over the last 20 years. 80% of Gaza's infrastructure has been destroyed. Since the January 2024 International Court of Justice statement on the plausibility of the claim of genocide in Israel in Gaza, Israel's assault on the occupied territory has only become more deadly. By any measure, Israel has not complied with the ICJ's order that Israel, quote, take measures to prevent genocidal acts and incitement to genocide and to ensure humanitarian aid reaches Gaza, unquote. For that matter, Canada and many of its allies have so far failed in their responsibility to act in the face of gross violations of international humanitarian law. We applaud Canada's recent statements condemning Israel for the denial of humanitarian assistance to Gaza.
There's so many words that this government will put out of condemnation, but zero follow through with actions. I don't want to hear another word of condemnation coming from this government. I want to see actions.
The imposition of sanctions against 2 Israeli ministers and our vote in the UN on the protection of civilians. However, these actions are not enough. The statement calls on Canada to do more, specifically to protect and fund humanitarian relief in Gaza, impose a two-way arms embargo in Israel, end Canadian involvement in illegal Israeli settlements, address anti-Palestinian racism, and protect freedom of expression in Palestine, recognize the state of Palestine, and review the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. These actions constitute a minimalist set of responses to a crisis that is existential for Palestinians and corrosive to any sense of justice and humanity. For Canada, there's the added risk of reputational damage at a time when we are loudly trumpeting.
People actually knew what Canada's reputation should be.
The importance of the international rules-based order and our commitment to uphold it. If anyone else is interested in signing on, please contact my office. Thank you.
really good. And it's nice that that gets read into the record, that it's public, that he said, like, those are actually really strong words coming out of him, which is great. And he's doing things, like he's actively trying to do things about it as opposed to just words. And so I think he says something different in this one. I was having troubles trying to figure out. But in this tweet, he says, yesterday in the Senate, I gave notice of a motion calling on the government to examine the risk of Canadian complicity in violations of international humanitarian law in Gaza. What do you think? And so we'll listen to this one as well, as it's only 38 seconds long.
Honorable Senator, je n'en préavis.
Honorable Senators, I give notice that at the next sitting of the Senate, I shall move
To findings and orders from the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court on the situation in Gaza. The Senate call on the government to examine the risk to Canada and Canadians of complicity in violations of international humanitarian law, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, and to report on its findings within 3 months of the adoption of this motion.
So here he is actually doing something. It's not just words, but he's putting forth a motion for Canada to actually investigate this. Is this it? Just want to see. Yeah, notice of motion. So that in light of finding in orders from International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court on the situation in Gaza, the Senate calls on the government to examine the risk to Canada and Canadians of complicity in violations of international humanitarian law, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, to report on its findings within 3 months of the adoption of this motion. So hopefully this goes through. And I just copied the link so I can toss it into the SandBox for people if you want to watch the full video there. Okay, Linear, I'm sorry, you gotta go. You gotta go. I can't get into a comfortable position with you on my lap here. Oh, if I had a better chair and I could put my feet up and stretch out my legs, then I could handle him on my lap longer. But I need to be able to move the chair in so that I can actually get to my back support. And I can't do that with him on my lap. So yes, very happy to see that, you know, we do have politicians here in Canada actually actively trying to do something to bring attention to the situation. Now, I thought Justin Trudeau was really, really bad when it came to the issue of Zionism. And no doubt about it, he is really, really bad. I played a clip not too long ago, I think my last news live stream, reminding people of the monster he is. There's a clip of him saying Zionism should never be a dirty word. And he even says, I am a Zionist. And I'm doing it in that voice so nobody can clip it trying to claim that I'm saying it. I'm a Zionist. I am not a Zionist. But Justin Trudeau has proudly exclaimed that he is. And I thought you couldn't get any worse than that. Because, of course, there's also Anthony Horsefarter, who is the most Zionist of Zionists within our government. And he's a liberal. And so I didn't think you could get any worse than that, especially as Prime Minister. I did not think you could, but I'm constantly underestimating how bad it can get. And like I said, I was cutting Mark Carney slack. He took that slack, shoved it down in garbage disposal, blended it in then with a milkshake, which included spinach, drank it, shot it out in the woods, where he then let the bugs get to it. I don't know where that came from. Wow. You're not prepared for what you're about to hear. Although if you were tuning into my last live stream, you might be a little prepared, because I focused on a tweet he had sent out of him praising the Nova Music Festival exhibition that's going around. That is just the trauma porn of what happened on October 7th. And he is also repeatedly, oh, these poor Israelis have suffered without any mention of the people in Gaza. And there's only been like a milquetoast joint statement that, maybe things in Gaza are bad. But so far, he's showing his ass to be quite the Zionist. Wow. You're not prepared for this.
What will you do? What will you do? What strikes you as the most important thing to do next?
Well, I think when you have, first, the core question, can there be a lasting peace in the Middle East without peace in Gaza that takes into account Gaza and West Bank effectively working on a path to a Palestinian state? You use several adjectives. I would agree with all of those, and living side by side in security with Israel, a Zionist, if you will, Palestinian state that recognizes the right of Israel to exist, not side by side in security with Israel, a Zionist, if you will, Palestinian state that recognizes the right of Israel to exist, not.
What the actual fuck? I'm going to read what he just said there. A Zionist, if you will, Palestinian state that recognizes the right of Israel to exist.
Security with Israel, a Zionist, if you will, Palestinian state that recognizes the right of Israel to exist, not just to exist, but to prosper and not live in fear. Now, we can't have peace unless we move towards that.
We can't have peace unless Palestinians become a Zionist state? Just a second. I'm going to mute this. That would have gotten me demonetized in a second. Wow. To say that the Palestinians need to take on the identity of their oppressors. Not just oppressors, the group of people who is committing a genocide against them, that they should take on their identity in order for peace to happen. So disgusting on so many levels. But also so very Canadian. Wow. Wow. And so I just, So here, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East were saying today Prime Minister Mark Carney suggested he would not recognize a Palestinian state unless it was Zionist. In doing so, Carney is asking Palestinians to adopt the political ideology of their oppressors and precondition for self-determination. He is dead wrong. Zionism has played a central role in the dispossession and oppression of the Palestinian people, and Palestinians have absolutely no obligation to endorse it. Moreover, the ICJ has affirmed that the right to Palestinian self-determination is inalienable and cannot be subject to conditions on the part of the occupying power. Carney must immediately apologize for these deeply ignorant and offensive statements. Neither Canadian nor Israel get a right to veto Palestinian freedom. Like just like telling all these Palestinians, you have to become Zionists and accept that, Israel has a right to self-determination and peace, when they're the ones being genocided by that state. Wow. And then also Joy Henderson pointing out, asking an Indigenous population to adopt the violent hate and quite frankly limited worldviews of their oppressors seemed very on brand for Canada. And yeah, kind of is. So this is the, I always forget the acronym, the National Council of Canadian Muslims tweeted this out in response. To be clear, in all of Canada's foreign policy history, we are not aware of a Canadian Prime Minister suggesting that a Palestinian state needs to be Zionist. So basically, this is new from Mark Carney. This was not a thing before. Not even under Justin Trudeau was this a thing. Justin Trudeau was just saying, you should never be afraid to call yourself a Zionist. He was never saying you should call yourself a Zionist in order to obtain peace. He didn't go that far. So this statement is in fact contrary to Canada's current foreign policy stance, which affirms the right of creation of a sovereign, independent, viable, democratic, territorial, continuous Palestinian state to be determined by Palestinians and for Palestinians. Most recently in 2024, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development held a study on the pathway toward Canada moving to recognize a Palestinian state. The majority of witnesses, that include legal experts, academics, Palestinian Jewish community members, and former Israeli ambassador, all urged Canada to recognize the state of Palestine without delay. No credible policy expert had put forward the policy suggestion that a Palestinian state must be Zionist. Of course, Jews, like everyone in the Middle East, should be able to live in peace and security. But the comments today are insulting and devoid of the context of an Israeli government that has not only refused to recognize Palestine, but has continued to illegally occupy more and more Palestinian land as it carries out a genocide against Palestinians. Canada's government just sanctioned 2 Israeli cabinet ministers over their actions. We are in dialogue with the government official and urgently call on Prime Minister to retract his comments, apologize, and affirm the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. Now, before Mark Carney was elected into power, this guy here, he had said something along the lines of, Palestinians have a right to self-determination. And those were one of the moments where I'm like, maybe he'll be different. And this is why, as much as I want to love Zoran, I can't. Because this douche canoe here was kind of indicating that he would be a lot better on the issue than what Justin Trudeau was, by just even acknowledging that one thing. Like, that just... It was so rare to hear that out of such a prominent, potentially politician at that time, to just say that they have a right to self-determination, that it was like, wow, this could be the change. Now to hear him say this? Absolutely dirt. Shit. Crazy here. This is why you can never put your faith in politicians. Like, this is just so disgusting, so disgusting. And meanwhile, how are people who are speaking out against this being treated? Well, of course, they're still being fired. And so Samara here, just like, I reached out to York paramedics who confirmed they've dismissed paramedic Catherine. Zionist Dalia Coots took credit for her getting fired, and others complained below. is the response I got from York paramedics. And if we just backtrack a little bit. Yes, I did block that account, didn't I? Here's Dahlia just, you know, celebrating the fact that there was a paramedic who was wearing a keffiyeh, and because of that, they got her fired. So a medical worker standing in solidarity with, you know, populations that's getting slaughtered, including a lot of medic workers over there, because she wore a keffiyeh, they applied enough pressure to get her fired. And yeah, so that's still a problem here in Canada. Like, you talk about free speech and all that sort of stuff, and yet, you know, if you're supportive publicly of Palestinians, you run the risk of losing whatever employment you might have, that you'll become a target. Which again is why I do still have slightly more faith in Zoran than I did with other politicians like Mark Carney, because Zoran didn't say a milquetoast statement. He outright said it was genocide, and you know, he made himself a very, very visible target. So I do have a lot more faith in him. But my God, to see this, and it's so infuriating, and you just want to scream, and it's like, how can anyone be like this after so long of seeing what's happening over there? Because he's the prime minister. He's passed security clearance. He's seen the reports. He knows what's going on over there. It's just mind-boggling. Go and check the SandBox, and then we'll get into some more federal politics that I have on the go. Okay. Hello, B-Cat. Let's see. What people are saying in the SandBox. And I really probably should switch sides that this is on, because I realized way too late that when I turn this way to read the SandBox on the monitor, I'm looking away from the SandBox on the actual YouTube screen. So that might look weird. But oh well, it's the way it's been set up for quite some time. Let's see. Swift returns. There is no such thing as inaction. Inaction is an action, a selfish one, and I agree our leaders need way more accountability when it comes to what they don't do. Yes, it is a choice in what they're doing and not doing. Let's see. Marty, who is that senator that fainted not long ago? I think it's Chuck Schumer. If I recall correctly, he fainted after learning that Zoran won. Which is just kind of funny. I hope he's okay. It's funny. It's funny. Let me just double check. No, we're talking about Canadian one. Okay. It was a Quebec senator appears to faint during Senate C5 debate. Should do this. Quebec senator appears faint during Senate C5 debate, and this was just 4 days ago. Well, I hope they're okay. So he stood up from his seat to speak on the controversial Bill C5 around 4 p.m. when he was heard saying, "Oh shit," and collapsed sideways on the floor. Ooh. Other senators and staff rushed to his seat, and they suspended proceedings for about 20 minutes. The Senate confirmed he was examined by paramedics and seems to be recovering. Indigenous environmental groups have opposed Prime Minister Carney's blah, 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 blah. Yes, no, we'll get to Bill C5 in a little bit. It got passed, and it is absolute horseshit. Let's see. Hello, Rolando DD, saying it's a filthy fucking word, talking about Zionists. John Davis is laughing at horse farter. Yes, everyone, remember Grand Theft Autobot thought of that one. His name is Anthony Housefather, but it got changed to horse farter because it sounds more accurate. And he is a Liberal MP here in Canada who is extreme Zionist, like literally got to tears when a motion was passed saying, can we maybe not hate Gaza so much? My computer just made a weird sound, so hopefully this all lasts. Like, YouTube has been weird lately. Hello, Vicky Clee. Looney Tunes 9000. I'm sorry, what the fuck did he just say? Yes, I was cursing in censorship form. No, I muted it deliberately because YouTube has limits as to what you can put on air. Also, I would have burned my mic out. BCAT, just lay down and let them take your homes. It's pretty much what they want them to do. Let's see. I'm close enough to the bomb. Okay. Oh, hello. Is Flow Snake here? Yep. Hello, Flow Snake. Rachel Atwood, what has Olivia Chow said about Gaza, comparing mayoral responses? Not much, I don't think. Our mayors tend to stay out of that sort of politics because it's national foreign relations type thing. But I think she has done like, oh, I feel bad for Israel at times when not mentioning anything about what's happening in Gaza. Not overtly bad, but not good. Let's put it that way. But I don't know. Okay, let's get on to more federal level news here in Canada. So another little area that in foreign relations that seems to be widely discussed right now is what's happening with Iran. And the fact that, the United States decided to go and bomb their nuclear sites, which was bad, then wasn't as bad as they thought it was bad, and that made Trump upset. So then Trump was mad at Israel for it not being as bad as it was, and so it made him look bad. Something like that. You see, at some point I just stop wanting to comment on federal Canadian news because it changes so frequently that I put stuff on my docket and like things from a Monday to a Friday, it's complete polar opposite. So, I would have to be doing a daily show. And then even then, it's hard to keep up with. And so people would have a different idea as to what's happening in this country depending on which news segment you watch. So it makes it hard for me to report on with some of these things, but we'll get on to just, how Mark Carney is talking about what's happening in Iran. And as I pointed out before, not good stuff coming out of his mouth, where basically he was saying things like pushing the idea that the Iranians have a nuclear program and they're going towards nuclear weapons and scary, fearmonger, without acknowledging, that the United States basically just bombed them. It's like, no, it was a good thing that the United States bombed them to alleviate their drive towards these nuclear weapons that he's so sure is happening that aren't happening. I made a lot more comments on it in the last news live stream, but you know, there's more. There's more. Of course. So Kapia just said international law has always been about power, control, and colonial interests, but this is honestly just embarrassing for you at this point. And she is just a medical professional. Lanier is looking at me like, can I get onto your lap again? Now that your circulation and your legs have returned. And so Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East just saying today Mark Carney refused to say whether U.S. strikes on Iran violate international law and instead spoke about Iran. These violations of international law, these are the ones we look to. But that's not the way the law works. Whatever Iran's alleged actions, this does not give green light for others to violate the UN Charter. Canada is clearly saying that international law does not apply to the U.S. or Israel. And I do get worried that if the U.S. decides to go to like real hot war with Iran, this guy is absolutely going to follow suit. Jean Chrétien, one of the few things he did that was good was when the United States decided to go to war with Iraq. He said no. He said no. We're not going to join you. At least not boots on the ground. They were still, experts and all that sort of stuff, and we still spent over $100 million on it, but whatever. But actively participating, so much boots on the ground, we did not follow suit. I'm very, very worried that will not be the case this time. Oh, look at what's trendy. Carney Carnage. Two different things I get, but Carney Carnage just sounds about right. That's going to be a name of a live stream probably soon. Anyway, let's get to watching this.
Today, the Secretary General of NATO said that Iranian strikes did not violate any international law. Is that your view as well?
Iran has pursued nuclear weapons.
No, it hasn't.
Well, Iran has expressed a desire to eliminate the state of Israel.
I don't know for sure if that was a thing. And, to say that you want to hit back the people that just bombed you.
Eliminate the state of Israel, where the state of Iran has been a sponsor of terrorism. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and beyond. And where at least in our opinion, Canada has listed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. Active.
There's a recognized terrorist organization here in Canada that we, the Proud Boys, we recognize that as a terrorist organization. And they're active in the States. So does that mean we get to go bomb the States? Iran is horrible for a multitude of reasons. Human rights violations, the guard that he was just talking about that rightfully is recognized as a terrorist organization. That does not give their country the right to bomb them. Because one of the biggest terrorist organizations right now is the State of Israel and what they're doing. Iran has come nowhere close to what Israel has done. Absolutely disgusting that this is the side that he would land on.
Terrorist organization. These are violations of international law. These are the ones we looked at. Thank you.
Yeah. These are the violations of international law. The ones that we look into. The ones where only Iran commits, but the violations of international law that Israel's committing, well, we just look the other way for that. Or even when the United States committed it by, bombing Iran. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind sometimes that this is a thing. And there's more. So here, Paris Marks. I don't know who this is. I don't think Canadians realized what they were getting on foreign policy front when they voted for Mark Carney, despite the expert analysis saying Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. Carney says he simply doesn't agree because Iran is nefarious and not a U.S. ally. And so he's already claimed, so Mark Carney has already claimed that, oh, they were trying to pursue a nuclear weapon. There's no proof of that. And quite honestly, if they were to start now, I wouldn't exactly blame them given who's on their border and what they're trying to do. But also, Mark Carney never did actually answer that question back here. So when they were asked about, you know, the U.S. bombing them, he never actually said anything about the U.S. It was like, oh, but Iran. So here's a little bit more of the, oh, but Iran.
Well, I think that the reaction of Iran and some of its partners or allies has revealed that the nefarious nature of much of its nuclear program.
Cite your source, please. What have they done? What nefarious thing have they done that would indicate that they're going after nuclear weapons?
Well, I think that the reaction of Iran and some of its partners or allies has revealed that the nefarious nature of much of its nuclear program.
Also, Iran's reaction to what's been happening, very, very reserved. You know, because, you know, you look at what happened, and let's say, I don't know, Israel, where Hamas came over and did an attack. And then Israel's response was to commit genocide. Now, Israel has bombed Iran. The United States has bombed Iran. And their response was to do the exact equivalent amount of bombs back over onto military bases after warning them they were coming. Who exactly has the problem with proportional responses here?
I mean, there was a fiction that they perpetrated that this was for only peaceful means.
So you don't believe the intelligence that they had not made a decision to go for a bomb?
Well, they were enriching uranium to a degree.
So you don't believe the intelligence. And that's the thing. He gets it. He gets the intelligence. He has security clearance. So he knows they haven't been doing it. Oh, but they've been enriching it. They still can use nuclear power for, you know, power.
They were hiding the facilities or trying to hide the facilities over many, many years on a path that created that.
Prove it. Just prove it. Like there was the whole thing where they were part of that deal where people would go in and check and make sure that they weren't making nuclear weapons and all that sort of stuff. But you still want to sit here and say, oh no, they were doing it. They were just hiding it with no proof. Like this is the whole Iraq thing. Like just, nope, weapons of mass destruction. We got to go in. And so the way that Mark Carney is mirroring that language so hard really gets me worried that if the United States escalates even more, Canada is going to be in lockstep.
Was not necessary, that was entirely not necessary for civilian use of nuclear technology. So I think the combination of that, the combination of their belligerence, the combination of their state sponsor of...
well, I just don't like them, so therefore I don't believe them.
Terrorism throughout the region, all of that points in one direction. And the reaction to the U.S. action also revealed. The
reaction to the U.S. action, like I said, it was very reasonable, not out of proportion at all.
The intent to create that ability, the Iranian intent to create that ability to have nuclear weapons. Yes, that's. I think it's pretty clear.
No, it's not. It's not pretty clear. No.
Just in public domain. Information and words, including words of the Russian allies.
Yeah, it's all in the public domain. Then show it. And so here Mark Carney had tweeted out, I spoke with President Trump overnight. We focus on de-escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, our shared commitment to a stronger NATO at this week's summit, and the progress in the ongoing trade negotiations between our country. And Dmitry Lascaris just saying, you have openly sided with Israel and the U.S. in criminal war aggression on Iran, and you have done so at the very moment when these two rogue states are committing genocide in Gaza. Stop treating us like idiots. You're doing nothing to de-escalate their unjust war. And another statement from Mark Carney saying Canada and our NATO allies have renewed our commitment to the alliance and our collective security. We will build up the forces, infrastructure, and defense readiness that this hinge moment demands, with Canadian workers leading the way. And we're going to get more. So yeah, no, actually, I have this in the right order in my docket. Okay. So speaking of NATO and this hinge moment that we're in, we can swing to war, we can swing to peace. War or peace? Which way is this hinge going to swing? Canada commits to a new NATO pledge to spend 5% of GDP on defense by 2035, making biggest increase since World War II. So a little while ago, he was saying that he was going to bring it up to 2%, which is in line with the other NATO countries. I was glad to know we were well below it. But now wants to spend 5% of our GDP on a war machine. So Prime Minister Mark Carney is committing that Canada, along with other NATO allies, will invest 5% of GDP on defense by 2035, a pledge that will mean billions more in spending per year and the biggest increase since the Second World War. All NATO members, except for Spain, which secured an exemption, made the new commitment at the Alliance's annual leader meeting in The Hague on Wednesday, with the agreement to review the target in 2029. The 5% will be broken down into two parts, with the first 3.5% aimed at core defense needs, including jets and weapons, and the remaining 1.5% on defense-related investments, including infrastructure. Yeah, so what we need right now to de-escalate the situation is to invest in war. That's what we gotta do to de-escalate. Make more war stuff, more war machines, more war toys. That's what we need to do to de-escalate the situation. This cat really loves just shoving his ass up in the air. Anyway, throughout Canada's history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes have been in the balance, and each time Canada has chosen to step up and lead the path of democracy and freedom. Not so much. Carney said to reporters at the summit following the announcement, we're once again at one of those moments. If we want the world of tomorrow to be shaped by our values, Canada must be ready. That's a very Western statement to say. Earlier this month, Carney announced Canada would spend an additional $9.3 billion on defense spending and meet NATO's previous 2% target this fiscal year, after years of pressure to do so from allies. Up until then, Canada had never hit the mark, despite 2014 pledge to do so. The federal government is expected to spend about $62 billion on defense this year. In an interview with CNN International on Tuesday, Carney said reaching 5% of GDP would amount to $150 billion a year. It is a lot of money, Carney told CNN host Christiane Amanpour. Yeah, I agree. It's a lot. It's a lot of money there. It's good to know everything else in Canada is solved, that we can put $150 billion into a war machine. But Carney also told CNN that Canada will reach the 5% target through measures the federal government is already doing or about to do, like the development of critical minerals. Yes, the whole Bill C5. We'll get more into that in a little bit. So we're investing 150 billion of hypothetical money we'll have at the time. A little less than a third of the overall number is spending on things that, quite frankly, we're already doing to build the resilience of our economy, the Prime Minister said. So it would be domestic resilience. It would be defending the areas that are important to defense, but also supporting critical mineral development. When asked on Wednesday about whether Canada's new defense spending comments will mean Canada will need to make sacrifices in other places, Carney said, "We're not at a trade-off. And the investments will help build our economy as it improves our defense." But Carney did concede that the federal government may need to make concessions later this decade or into the next one to afford spending on more on defense. Depending on how the threat environment evolves globally. Who's increasing that threat? Just saying. Who's increasing that threat right now? If we are moving to the higher and higher levels of defense spending, because that's necessary, then we may have to make consideration about what less the federal government can do in certain cases and how we're going to pay for it. Yeah, you might want to figure out how you're going to pay for it before you start paying for it. Asked directly if he has an estimation of what 3.5% GDP on defense would look like, blah, blah, blah. We should spend for the environment, not for what could be an arbitrary number, Carney said. Yeah. I'm not going to read the rest of that. There's more. So basically Sam Hirsch saying this means raising defense spending by 80 billion. That's enough cash to give all students in Canada free tuition for almost a decade. It's almost double the full budget for the main federal housing org, the CMHC. This would make Stephen Harper blush. Yes. We're spending billions, hundreds of billions on war instead of making sure that everything here in Canada is being taken care of. On a war on potential wars that are being instigated by our allies. This is a choice. It is an absolute choice to invest in this war machine. And it is, I used to have pride in this country, and part of that pride was when, Jean Chrétien said, we are not going to Iraq. Because that really separated us from the United States. And I was really glad to hear that. Like, it really, made me feel good about this country. It's important to re-examine things for what they are, not what they used to be. And right now, what this country is, wow. This is nothing to be proud of. And so Corrupt Ontario is just saying, if you want to see Canada in a few months, just watch Starmer. Mark Carney is our Starmer. Keir Starmer, the British PM. So UK to purchase nuclear carrying fighter jets, and then a little while ago, so later, Keir Starmer vows to press on with welfare cuts as rebellion grows. A lot of this money that's going to go into this war machine is going to come from our social services that a lot of people rely on to survive here in Canada. So we're going to put money into things that cost lives, that actively will take lives from people at the expense of things that are saving lives in this country. Horrific. So one might think, oh, well, Mark Carney is just playing into Donald Trump's hand whenever he can. Maybe not. So Trump wants Canada's digital service tax gone before trade talks resume. So they're having another one of their spats. And this is why I have a hard time covering this, because it's like the tariff things. It's on, then off, then on, then off. And this is just another example of Donald Trump being mad because he's not getting everything he completely wants. but he's still getting everything he completely wants. And this is just a bunch of corporations crying that they're going to have to pay a little bit more money. So U.S. President Donald Trump says he's ending all trade discussions with Canada to hit back at Ottawa for slapping a tax on web giants, and he wants it removed before negotiations can begin again. This isn't new. Just so you're sure. They're coming into effect, but it's not new. This tax has been around for a while. It's just being implemented in the very near future. Canada and the U.S. have been locked in talks to get Trump to lift his punishing tariffs on Canadian goods, levies that have already led to major economic dislocation, job losses, and drop in southbound exports. Trump and Prime Minister Mark Carney agreed the G7 last week to reach some agreement on the trade dispute within 30 days. Speaking in the Oval Office on Friday afternoon, Trump said the U.S. has such power over Canada and that he's upset the country isn't following a taxation strategy similar to Europe's. It's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it, he said, of imposing the DST, which passed into law last year, with a delayed application. So again, not new, but let's listen to this video here.
So, Sam, Trump said that he's cutting off all talks with Canada because of this digital services tax. What can you tell us about how it impacts American companies and why the president is so upset about it?
Well, this tax will hit, the big companies. We're talking Amazon, Google, Meta, Uber, and Airbnb with a 3% levy on revenue from Canadian users. And this will apply retroactively, so back to 2022, I believe. So that leaves U.S. companies with about a $2 billion USD bill due at the end of June.
Keep in mind, $2 billion combined for these companies is nothing. It won't hurt them. It just means they make slightly less profit. But they're not hurting from this, really. They just make slightly less profit.
And so, as you mentioned, this is just another thing that's going on in Canada-U.S. trade talks. These things seem to be a little okay for a while until this. And part of the reason why this is such a developing story, Natasha, is because all we have to go on at this point so far is a social media post from the U.S. president. Now, of course, when he writes something, we're all going to be paying attention to it, but there are no details other than what the president has said. And this affects, again, all those big U.S. tech companies. We do have a statement, from the Computer and Communications Industry Association today, and it called on the U.S. Trade Representative to open an investigation into this. And I just want to read a little bit of it to you. The statement from the CCIA says, Canada's decision to begin collecting payment under this unfair and discriminatory tax marks an unfortunate escalation in the targeted efforts of foreign governments to extract revenue from leading U.S. firms while exempting their own domestic competitors.
How dare they tax us? No, good, tax them. And what? It's so unfair. They're not doing it to their own. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. If you want to support your own economies in certain ways, you don't put the same type of taxes on them as you would foreign companies. And as much as the United States doesn't seem to understand, they are a foreign country to Canada. And no, I'm totally fine with them taxing these mega corporations a little extra in order to be able to do work here. Totally fine with that. But here they are having a temper tantrum. How dare they make us pay a little bit more of the fair share we should have been paying?
This undermines not only a key U.S. export sector, but also bilateral trade ties between two critical partners. The U.S. doesn't want to pay this at all. That's clear from that statement. It's billions of dollars, including those retroactive charges back from 2022. And Trump has been protective of the technology industry here in the U.S. He's even made exemptions for tariffs, a few months ago, to protect the impact that the technology industry has here in this country. I have to tell you, though, I mean, we saw that post from the U.S. president. Within the past hour, he has also posted about Supreme Court decisions, his big, beautiful bill, which is essentially an income tax cut that they're trying to pass by July 4th. So in the scheme of the United States and here in Washington, this Canada trade comment is kind of not really the main focus.
Love how it's pointing it out. Like, you know, Canada, it ain't about us. He might tweet about us from time to time, but he doesn't care. And meanwhile, we're all like, oh no, Canada is the center of attention. And it's like, no. You're like number 12 down on the list.
Obviously, it is in Canada, but there's a lot going on otherwise here in Washington. We are, of course, waiting to hear from the U.S. president, and hopefully we'll get more clarity about why now these comments are coming from him.
Because again, this was passed a year ago. And the application is just happening now. So it's not like this is coming out of the blue. And this is the statement that Donald J. Trump tweeted out. And Lana, National President of Unifor, just, you know, pointing out what I think everyone already knew when it came to like the tariffs and stuff of that sort. First, he said it was about fentanyl on the border, then supply management, then autos, then lumbers, then banks, then steel and aluminum. Now it's our tax system, which other countries and sovereign nations do. This is not about any of those things. Meta made over $62 billion in net income last year. Pretty sure these are not the folks who need the president's help. And this is the statement from Donald J. Trump. Whenever people read quotes from him, they always do a weird Donald Trump voice that, I don't know, it's like it's impossible to read a Donald Trump statement without using a Donald Trump voice. So I'm going to use a completely different voice instead. We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, including the fact that they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs for years on dairy products, has just announced that they are putting a digital service tax on American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They are obviously copying the European Union, which has done the same thing and is currently under discussion with us also. Based on these egregious tax, you know he didn't spell that right, initially, we are hereby terminating all discussion on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7 days, period. Thank you for your attention on this matter. And this will change tomorrow. It's just, there's no consistency on it. But, you know, what is happening between our two countries is getting really scary. And we have like these issues with the tariffs and stuff, but then there's also just the regular politics that are happening down in the United States that make traveling there very, because first of all, it was the whole make Canada the 51st state comments that really got under the skin of nationalist Canadians. And so there was a lot less interest in going down there. And then it became actually kind of problematic or dangerous trying to travel down there. I don't think I could get across the border. And it's not even so much that I would be turned away at the border, but I could literally get detained at the border for who knows how long because I have an X on my passport. Also, if they were to check my social media history, they would not like what I have to say about their president. If it makes them feel any better, I say a lot of shit about Mark Carney too. But it's becoming deadly serious for some Canadians. But here we have from CBC News, Canadian who died in ICE custody lived a simple life, his lawyer said. So quite recently, a 49-year-old in Florida, Canadian citizen, died while in ICE custody. He had a record. Just saying. He had a record. But he wasn't a violent criminal or anything. But he got swept up in these ICE raids, maybe because he had that record. He wasn't doing anything at the time, other than he was a Canadian citizen with permanent resident status in the United States. And so he got swept up in this and detained by ICE, where he later died. Still don't know why. But a little bit from this. The Canadian man who died while in custody of U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement earlier this week was a very polite, quiet, unassuming man with a very simple life who did not pose a danger to anyone, says the lawyer who represented him. Dan Leasing represented Johnny Novelli, 49, who died in a detention center in Florida on Monday. The cause of death is unknown and is under investigation, says ICE news release. In 2023, Novelli was convicted of a number of offenses, including racketeering and drug trafficking, and has been sentenced to 12 months in prison, according to the ICE release. But Leasing said Novelli never actually went to the state prison. Being sentenced to 364 days, he served time in county jail and was out on probation when he was arrested by ICE in May. Did the crime, did the time type thing. Was out on probation. Not a violent crime, but still a criminal, I guess you could say. Leasing says Novelli had not violated the terms of his probation. So, not doing anything wrong, just being on probation. Leasing described the charges against Novelli as very, very serious. He said Novelli had worked as a cashier and did some janitorial work and had no prior criminal record. Is he violent or anybody that you'd be afraid of if you walked by on the street? Absolutely not, said Leasing. Leasing says he stayed in contact with Novello's family during the detention after his death. The family once called Leasing when they were unable to get in contact with Novello during his detention. He said the family was concerned about Novello getting the medication required to treat his epilepsy. Leasing said he has no knowledge of Novello's access to the medicine while in detention. There have been reports, not official reports, people saying that access to medication has not been granted for a lot of people who have been detained by ICE. So despite having Canadian citizenship, Novello had been in the United States since 1988, became a lawful permanent resident in 1991, the release said. Novello was being detained by ICE pending removal proceedings, the agency's news release said. He was in the States. He did some crime, but he went to jail, was on probation, wasn't violent, but no, now we need to remove him. So we need to detain him and remove him. In an interview with CBC Power and Politics, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand said consular officials have been in touch with Novello as soon as they heard of his detention. At this point, we're also seeking additional information relating to circumstances of his passing away, and I'd like to extend my condolences to the family. And so, just want to... There's more to that article, but I just want to also let people know approximately 55 Canadians have been detained by ICE, minister says. Approximately 55 Canadians have been detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Blah, 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 blah. Our work is to ensure that they're being treated fairly and that the advocacy that consular officials from Global Affairs Canada do every day, not only in the United States, but around the world. So ICE operations have been under increased public scrutiny since Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, said ICE officers would target at least 3,000 arrests a day, up from about 650 a day during the first 5 months of Trump's stuff. And we all know that. So there is nothing that would get me to travel to the States right now. Nothing. I would be putting my life in jeopardy if I were to travel to the States right now. Not an exaggeration. An actual, actually putting my life in jeopardy. Absolutely horrifying, the way that things are right now. And I don't know how much worse it has to get before there's like real pushback. Like there has been some down in the States when it comes to ICE raids and whatnot. But it's time for the pitchforks, you know. It's time for people to really recognize the danger that they're in. Sorry, Linear just jumped up on my computer, and I get paranoid when he does that, because one time he did that and he hit the power button. So I have a book over top of it, but then he jumped up and moved the book, and so now I'm worried he's going to hit the power button. Hey, no, don't. So just a little bit more on federal stuff. So I've had this issue where I've seen people defending Mark Carney, liberals here, or people who are on the left and think they're on the good side of things, and they look at Mark Carney, and as I say, they find him to be very attractive. And I don't necessarily mean like in the sexual sense. I mean like he comes across as like a good, strong father figure, very paternalistic, protective of Canada and stuff. And I can understand why they see that. Like, unless they know all the policies and everything that I'm showing, like unless they watch my channel, they're not going to know a lot of the nuance. They're not going to see a lot of the bad things, especially with the way that algorithms feed them certain stuff. And so when a lot of people see Mark Carney, and this is important for people to understand and know, so that when you push back against people who are fans of Mark Carney, you have to understand what you're pushing back against so that you can then debunk it that way. This is what they're seeing.
Throughout Canada's history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes have been in the balance, and each time Canada has chosen to step up, to lead on the path of democracy and freedom. We're once again at one of those moments. If we want the world of tomorrow to be shaped by our values, Canada must be ready. If we want a more secure world, we need a stronger Canada that works with our allies, and today is a very important step to build both. Throughout Canada's history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes have been in the balance, and each time Canada has chosen to step up, to lead on the path of democracy and freedom. We're once again at one of those moments. If we want the world of tomorrow to be shaped by our values, Canada must be ready. If we want a more secure world, we need a stronger Canada that works with our allies, and today is a very important step to build both. Throughout Canada,
He's very good at speaking. He's very good at coming across as competent, as being a good world leader, and, you know, protective. Like, he comes across as like, this is the person we need for the moment. And it gets so frustrating when I see, you know, people that I generally appreciate, like Guy Felicia here, who I've featured plenty of times on this channel, just quote tweeting somebody saying the rest of the world is smitten with our PM. They look up to Carney. They all seek his advice. We made the right choice, no doubt about it. It was the better option. And it's just like Guy Felicia saying, the whole country knew during the last election there were only two choices to lead Canada: a rhetoric-spewing career politician or a well-respected economist with an impressive resume. Canadians made the right choice for the times we are in. It was just the better choice of two really horrible options. And I get worried with people just sending this out there without the context, without people knowing all the other things that are happening that are really, really bad that this guy is doing. Like the whole idea that, yes, he can make Stephen Harper blush, and Stephen Harper was right-wing conservative, hardcore right-wing conservative, doing really horrible policies and stuff. This paints him as being something he's not, and I get worried about that, because once people get it in their heads that Mark Carney is their savior, it's really hard to break them of that later on. And I said as much to him. You know, I appreciate what you advocate for, but Carney isn't good. He was just He just wasn't as bad as PP. Look at Bill C3, C5, and how he plans on spending money on the military. He's a con in Lib colors, and vulnerable people will suffer because of him. A Lib MP said Carney would make Harper blush. And Guy responding, just saying, I'm waiting to see what happens. Believe me, if he does, in fact, make things worse for vulnerable people, I will definitely call those policies out. Just keep in mind the bills, and this is me replying to him, just keep in mind the bills he just passed will be exploited by future con govs, even if he can be trusted not to misuse them. The damage he caused won't necessarily be apparent now. And that's true. Like, we'll get into it with Rachel's video that we're about to watch. The vulnerable people will be hurt by what Mark Carney is doing. We just won't see it for a while. Not plainly, like not out in the open so much. But I had been talking a lot about Bill C5 and how horrible it was. It got passed through the Senate, which didn't surprise me. So last time we were talking, it was passed through the House. Rushed passed through the House. And then it got passed through the Senate. Generally speaking, by the time they make it to the Senate, they're going to pass. The only thing the Senate really does is maybe work out a few details, add a couple amendments. They didn't do any of that, actually. And so here we have a video from Rachel Gilmore. It's split up into a bunch because I'm pulling from Twitter because YouTube is acting weird. So the full video is about 7 minutes long, but it's broke up into a bunch of videos here. But it will just be easier to control through Twitter. And it's very important for Canadians to know this is what happened. And as has been pointed out plenty of times already, even if we can trust the Liberals not to do horrendous things with these bills that they've just passed, the Conservatives will get back in power again, and they will exploit these for everything they're worth.
Tonight, Bill C5 just became law without any new amendments, and that is really bad. Because while some amendments were added to it in the House that addressed some major concerns, it wasn't enough. Like, to give you an example, if a major project moving ahead would kill the last remaining member of a species, but that project is deemed to be in the national interest, the government can technically still build, baby, build. Oh, and they really didn't fix the concerns around Indigenous consultation, like, at all. To the point that Indigenous leaders have warned that this bill passing creates the conditions for Idle No More 2.0, which was a massive Indigenous-led protest movement that demanded the government respect Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and land.
And I've said before, and I'll repeat it again, I preemptively support any protests that they do with both Bill C5 and Bill 5 here in Ontario.
Now, I want to give you a big caveat here. I was planning to make a different video tonight, and I am going to quickly tell you what that was going to be about.
And we can skip over part of that to get back to just Bill 5. Okay.
Rights, we need to get back to Bill federal government to do something. Speaking of attacking rights, we need to get back to Bill C5. Now, because I was planning to cover something else and then this became law tonight, I don't have a ton to say about the meat and potatoes of this bill. But I did my best, and I can tell you that organizations like Climate Action Network Canada are sounding the alarm that even if some amendments in the House had improved the bill, it should not have made it through the Senate without further amendments. As it stands now, the law, quote, erodes democratic principles, runs roughshod over Indigenous rights, shuts Canadians out of decisions that could affect them, and puts the environment at risk. Here's the issue here. Mark Carney made this big ol' promise of free trade by Canada Day. And Canada Day is coming up. And it just so happens that the bill that strikes down the federal internal trade barriers also has like a whole massive other part to it. The part that allows the government to fast track approvals for major projects, like pipelines, mines, energy grids, when they're deemed to be in the national interest. Now, the OG version of this bill was really bad. But the House of Commons made some tweaks to it that improved transparency and reporting rules. And they also ensured that while the government can override some laws if a project is deemed to be in the national interest, they added that it can't override others like the Indian Act, the Canada Labour Code, and the Criminal Code.
Don't you just love that? How the government can make laws that allows them to override other laws. That's just so nice that it's like, what do the laws even matter then? If the government can just sweep in and be like, well, we don't like them, so we're just going to make this other law to override that so that we can break it whenever we want. Just absolute no accountability for any of these lawmakers.
So, at least for that. However, most environmental law and regulations can be skipped over in the national interest. For example, they can run roughshod over stuff like the Fisheries Act, the Species at Risk Act, the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, the Migratory Birds Convention Act, and the Impact Assessment Act. That's according to reporting from the National Observer, which also goes on to say that they can ignore regulations like wildlife area regulations, marine mammal regulations, 2 migratory birds regulations, and more. Most of these laws and regulations exist for a reason, by the way. Like, they didn't just make them up for fun. Here's how Tim Gray, the executive director of Environmental Defense, put it. Quote,
the next one.
Polluters are like its cousin, Ontario's Bill 5, takes us backward to a time when major developments went ahead without proper review. Polluters filled our drinking water and air with toxins, and the public were told to sit down and shut up about the impact. This is not progress, and the costs to the country could be catastrophic. Parliament passed laws to address threats to our health and the environment, and they should never be bypassed without discussion and debate. Meanwhile, Indigenous communities have made it incredibly clear that the bill does not leave enough space for meaningful consultation rooted in the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. They told us this again and again and again. Here's a taste of what some Indigenous leaders had to say in a press conference on Parliament Hill before Bill C-5 passed the House.
I can tell you that the First Nation rights holders know what sovereignty is about, and they know what threats are about as well. We have been subject to colonial legislation since the government has been making legislation, and C-5 is the wrong way to go about it.
I just want to start off by saying that how profoundly disappointed we are in this new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and his government. That after so many years of his predecessor's effort to try to make that relationship work between this government and First Nations, that it's gone so many steps backwards, and that trust and that respect that we had worked so hard to build is pretty much gone.
We all come from the same walk of being, and we're all humans. And to be human, we all require elements of this land to live. So if the land is sick, we're going to be sick as well.
Yeah, and the amendments that were made did not do enough to assuage Indigenous leaders who are continuing to speak out. And now this bill is passed into law with no further changes made. A lot is going to depend on how the government chooses to use these new powers now. But no matter what promises Carney's government has made, this legislation gives this government and any future, including conservative government, powers that several advocacy groups are warning threaten our environment, democracy, and Indigenous rights. Well, at least we got free trade by Canada Day. Or at least federal internal trade barriers stuck down by Canada Day, something that also there's been some critiques of, but that's enough. What do you?
Yeah. So you can also check out her Substack and all that sort of stuff. But that's the thing. They made a law that is very problematic for a lot of reasons, because when the Conservatives come back into power, and they will come back into power, they can exploit the hell out of that. And there'll be nothing that we can do other than, protest. Let's see, I wanted to get to, because it called on... I wasn't planning on doing this part next, but since we're talking about the environment, I will do this part next. And then we'll get into provincial stuff. Now that Lanier has stopped moving around and stopped showing his ass to you guys, He's being super cute. He's being so cute. So cute. You're so cute. So cute. You're so cute. But I don't have a lap cam to show you. Oh. So cute. Yeah, let me put those down for a second. Come on up here, sweetie. Urgh. There we go. Yeah, so I'll get into some environmental news next, and then some provincial stuff. But first, let's check the SandBox. Down you go. Down you go. Let's see. I don't want to get too back into the weeds because there's lots still to go over. Vicky Klee, countries should say either pay the tax or don't do business here like Chinese do. Let's see. Swift returns. My grandfather was Polish. My grandmother was Ukrainian. Canadians are not taking America's invasion threats anywhere near serious enough. I've worried about it. I don't think it will be boots on the ground type invasion, but I do worry about it, especially with the way that natural resources are going and the fact that Canada sits on so many of them and the way that water will be so needed in the future and stuff. That is a worry of mine. But I don't think it would be like a boots on the ground type situation. But, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if Trump actually does try to annex part of Canada. That's a real worry. That if I think about too much, it will just cause a lot of anxiety and make me feel sick because there's literally nothing I can do about it either. People commenting about the guy in ice. And yes, also Swift returns pointing out that during Biden, a Canadian died in ice. It's all bad. Like it's not just Trump's administration. It's just everything is being exacerbated under Trump's administration. I was watching one video where they were saying, well, here in Canada, we've had so many deaths. But then they said like from 2010 or something like that. And it's like, there's a difference. There's a difference. Jet, never leave power strips where your cat might step on. Well, it's on the top of my computer and he sits on the top of the tower. Not much I can do about that, but I put a book over it to make sure that if he does push down on it, he won't get it. One time when I had to use a CPAP machine, though, occasionally they would turn it off in the middle of the night by stepping on it. A pleasant way to wake up. And people liking Lanier's butthole. Reichering, Mark Carney, really embellishment of liberals will disappoint you every time. Let's see. Reichering also saying, my mom's saying, yeah, I'm not seeing it in mainstream press, all this negative stuff on Carney. No, you won't. The mainstream media is establishment bent. So it doesn't matter who's in, they support the establishment. And Mark Carney is the personification of the establishment. Swift returns, I'm a Carney fangirl. I really liked his book. I don't like the Liberal Party, but Carney is the only politician I know that actually is doing what he was primarily voted in for. I'll have to politely disagree with that one. People wanted somebody to stand up to Trump. He's not really doing that. He concedes to Trump all the time. And it's, again, with the bills that he's passing, the amount of harm those bills will cause. Not to mention, like, getting rid of a minister for people with disabilities and all that sort of stuff. The amount of spending that will be happening on the military and whatnot. I don't know if people were expecting that. Like, I don't know if people were expecting Bill C-2, where the authorities will be able to open our mail without warrants, go dig into what clinics we have been to for therapy or abortion care without a warrant, to deny whole groups of people en masse entry to this country, to not allow people to claim refugee status if they've been here for a certain length of time, regardless of what might have happened in their country while they were here. Like, read the bills. Is that what you voted for? You know, we can definitely disagree. In the end, we just want what is best for the most amount of people, hopefully. Let's see. Oh, and it jumped. BCAT, it's shifting the Overton window, much like libs do here. Oh, I think that's in response to something. Let's see. Rachel Atwood Abernathy, Abernapbie. There's a story behind how he got his name. A long story. Basically, imagine how a 5-year-old would say Abernathy. And I still don't know if I can show that duck video later on. Might try it at the end. But since the last bill was talking about the environment, why don't I continue on to that, and then we'll get into more provincial geared news. Although a lot of this does have to do with provincial, but... So Mike Schreiner is the leader of the Ontario Greens, saying Doug Ford is taking us backward on climate just months into his term. His government already expects to blow past its own pollution targets. The plan was never enough, and they knew it. As wildfires rage wards pouring fuel into the flames, Ontarians are paying the price. And it's about... Yeah, it's this article here. So this is from the CBC. Ontario Environment Minister said, we are on track to meet 2030 climate targets. Internal talks disagree. Quite the thing with when it comes to, the provincial government here, that they will claim one thing, But then, you know, records show something completely different. Was I going to show that video? Will that video say everything in here? I don't know. I didn't watch that video. Let's see if this video actually says what's in the article. And then I won't have to read the article. And I can save my voice.
We have a plan, and the plan is working. We are on track to meet the target by 2030 of reducing the 2005 levels of greenhouse gas emissions by 30%. We're doing that by leading Canada.
Ontario Environment Minister Todd McCarthy earlier this month, under questioning from opposition critics. He said Ontario will meet its climate change targets. A statement that comes as Ontario grapples with forest fires, rising temperatures, and severe storms made worse by climate change. But McCarthy's comments in the legislature contradict an internal warning he was given in March by civil servants. According to briefing notes obtained by CBC News through a Freedom of Information request, they say Ontario is not on track to meet its climate change targets by 2030. The province will miss that goal by 3 megatons of emissions, barring any changes over the next 5 years. Tabbins says he asked the minister about the targets because he was concerned Ontario wouldn't meet the mark.
Like in this day and age, federally, provincially, they need to be doing everything they can to protect the environment, to do something to reverse the damage, because it is an existential crisis that a lot of people just overlook because of how big and bad it is, and it's hard to understand and cope with it, especially on such a micro level as we are, because any one individual, there's nothing we can do. The governments have the power to make the real change because it's the corporations that are causing the most amount of pollution. And so it's up to the governments to implement it. It doesn't matter if I don't use plastic straws. That's not going to change it. If I personally recycle or not, it's not going to change it. It needs to be done top down in order for any real significant change to make a difference in what's happening right now. And new technology has to come into play.
And slam the minister over the contradiction.
I don't know whether he reads his briefing book. I don't know whether he was simply being dishonest in the legislature. But either way, that's a real problem.
Ontario's Green Party leader says the government climate plan doesn't go far enough.
The reality is Canada is on fire right now, and the Ford government is like an arsonist pouring more fuel on the fire. And the people of Ontario are paying the price for it.
Environmental groups say the Ford government has made achieving the targets more difficult with its policies since 2018. They're calling on the province to correct course so it can hit the targets.
The Ford government came in, they killed the carbon pricing, they killed most of the climate programs. They've been hell-bent on building new highways, and they canceled all the renewable energy contracts.
I think if the government hopes that this will go away, it's a really big miscalculation, and it's really underestimating just how, I think, upset my generation, and certainly the next one is, at how on all fronts we are going to pay the high price for this government's policies.
McCarthy's office declined an interview request from CBC News. It did say in a statement that Ontario leads Canada in emissions reductions, but did not directly respond to questions about the contradiction between the minister's statements and the public service's warnings.
Yeah. And I think that covers what I wanted to read in the article, so we're good. And then this past week here in my area of Ontario, and much broader too, there was a heat dome, as they're starting to be called. Just like a really bad heat wave, which kept me locked in my apartment because I do not handle the heat well. I couldn't even go out on my walks because, generally speaking, I have to let it drop below at least 20 degrees, or else I just get really sick and overheat when I walk. But I can't help but think about all the unhoused people when things like this happen. All the people that are stuck in tents, that have nowhere to go, that can't even take like a refreshing, cool shower to compete against it. And I'm insanely grateful for the situation that I'm in. And the cities need to be doing a hell of a lot more to support the people. Like, first of all, there should be nobody on the street, not in a country as wealthy as Canada. But they should be doing a hell of a lot more to be supporting them. And instead, they just keep on making things worse. So Kathy Crow here was just saying this is pure negligence by City of Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow. Should know better. Real cooling centers should be provided 24/7. Cots, refreshments, light meals, and needed calories, cool clothing, hats, and a place to shower. Nursing supports on site. Yeah, it can't just be a place that they can go to, because here we have going to heat wave, the city's plan to support unhoused people in the heat relief network, telling people to stay cool by going to malls, splash pads, pools. This is absurd. Bring back cooling centers, deploy water trucks. The thing is about a lot of these places that they're telling people to go to, public places, is they tend to kick out unhoused folks, because maybe the unhoused folks haven't had a shower in a long, long time, and their clothes are dirty and they smell, or they're on mall property with no intention of spending money there. Like, telling them to go to these places where they will be discriminated against does not help. Like, what, they're supposed to go to a splash pad? Do you think the adults there would like to see that around their children? Because we know how uppity that they can get when it comes to, you know, YIMBYism and or NIMBYism and unhoused folks and the stereotypes attached to them. They can't just go to a splash pad. They can't go to pools, because pools you generally have to pay for. Like, you can't go to places where you need to spend money. And there's just this GIF here going by of things that used to be cool spaces near you, how to use this map. So this is, again, like telling people here, pause it. Community centers, indoor pools, outdoor pools, you need to pay for those. You can't just go loiter in a community center. Splash pads, waiting pools, libraries, nope. You can't do a lot of these things. And you also need money. You need money. And Diana Chan McNally goes through this. She's an advocate for people who are living unhoused, and she says this is what has led to part of the problem. So cooling centers, so these were discontinued in 2019, and the truth is they were underutilized. In 2017, partly because of a cool summer, the city's 7 cooling centers saw just under 3,000 visits total. Similarity centers were open for 16 days in 2018, but it's completable. So in 2019, city staff determined that cooling centers weren't serving their target population. Anecdotally, this is true, but staff didn't examine the reasons why this was, instead basing their recommendations to close centers mostly on their low usage. So there was a couple of cooler summers, they weren't that needed. The staff decision was partly influenced by the inaccessibility of cooling center locations, also true, but importantly, the city also eliminated free TTC fare for people to even get to a cooling center. So yeah, you're not going to have a large turnout if people need to pay to get to that location and they're unhoused because they often don't have the money to get onto transit. And for a lot of them, if they do get on transit, they're discriminated against and often kicked off. As a drop-in worker, I used to distribute tokens to people to stay cool. Moreover, medical officer health stopped issuing extreme heat warnings except to city-funded partners, defaulting instead to Environment Canada. Not every homeless service is city-funded, and workers often didn't know if cooling centers were open for people. So we had transit and communication barriers impacting cooling centers attendance. We also collected data over 2 cooler summers instead of accounting for these factors. Staff simply looked at the attendance and limited data collected through surveys and shutdown centers. Yeah. And there's going to be a lot more heat waves, and heat waves are lethal. Absolutely lethal. There was one heat dome in BC that lasted for, I think, close to a week, and hundreds of people died in it. Because if you don't have anywhere where you can go to really cool down, to get the nutrients you need, it's the wet bulb thing they call it too, where you can no longer, there's a lot of humidity in the air, so you can't even sweat anymore, and you just die. And yeah, it's scary, because I've been unhoused. And back then, I was still considered a youth. I was an adult, but I was still considered a youth. And so there were some supports and stuff. I don't think those even exist anymore. I don't think I could get through it again if it were to happen now. Even with my experiences of living through it, I don't know how it would be possible to break the system, to break out of that system now. And just the added levels of everything else that they have to go through. And just one more story on the environment. So, Western Canada glaciers melting twice as fast as previous decade, researchers say. So Canada has a lot of fresh water, like some of the most in the world, partly because of our glaciers. And you see what would happen is the glaciers melt over the warmer months, but then during the cooler months, they get snowed on and the glaciers get built again. And so it would be going like this throughout the year, but now it's going like this. And so all that fresh water that we value here in this country might literally be evaporating.
This is one of thousands of glaciers in BC, and if you look closely, you'll spot researchers below as the drone flies by. These are scientists examining one of hundreds of glaciers in Switzerland. Teams on both sides are alarmed by what they're finding. A rapid, unprecedented melt.
When we drilled this stake in the last September, the ice surface was somewhere up here.
Research led by the University
In less than 1 year. Wow. That much gone.
of Northern BC finds glaciers in Western Canada and Switzerland are showing the largest loss on record, especially in the last 4 years. These long bodies of dense ice are supposed to melt. The ice turns to fresh water and then are replenished in the colder months. It's just that we're taking far more out than we're putting back.
In late summer, the glaciers are still representing and delivering lots of runoff to our streams, but they are stealing from the future.
In the U.S. and
I got to see a glacier. When I was 17, I went on a road trip across the country and up into the Rockies and actually got to see a glacier, got some runoff water. It was really neat. I don't think I could go back there and see that same glacier anymore.
Western Canada, UNBC researchers estimate we lost more than 22 gigatons of ice. In perspective, that's enough to bury Metro Toronto under 35 meters of meltwater.
The glaciers are not in a healthy state. They are in what's called an imbalance with present-day climate.
It's a Swiss cheese that is getting more holes everywhere. And these holes are collapsing and it's not good for the glacier.
They say much of it is being caused by our drier and hotter summers. The melt is also uncovering darker ice below, which of course attracts heat.
We want these glaciers to be nice and bright, so they will reflect more energy coming in from sunlight.
And then there's evidence that the residual effects of wildfires are only making it worse.
Fallout from that smoke, impurities such as soot and ash, and we are believing that that is also playing a fundamental role in the darkening of these surfaces.
Yep. You get all that ash falling down onto the nice bright white glaciers, make them darker, they absorb more heat. And they melt faster. It is... it's not good where all this is going.
To say rapid melts can have impacts on drinking water, natural hazards, even tourism. St. John Alexander.
No, tourism. And something else that they've been finding too is an increase in earthquakes and rock slides. Because before, things might have been frozen in place, and like the rocks and stuff, and then as it melts, it kind of even lubricates it so that the rocks can break apart much easier, fall into fjords or bays and stuff, cause tsunamis. But earthquakes, because there's a certain amount of pressure, because the ice really heavy, especially in that amount. And so it applies a certain downward pressure, and as soon as you release it, it pops off, and you can get more earthquakes and rock slides because that downward pressure is no longer there. Oh, okay. Let's see, how much more do I have to go through? Just a little bit more. I think we'll do Alberta first. There's only a few things on that, and then back into Ontario, and then some more positive kind of pride-related news. But first, quick check to the SandBox. I'm actually really hungry. I didn't have a good meal before I started all of this. I'm really hungry, like it's hitting me. Okay, I saw that comment. So life capitalism will extinct us. The billionaires act like they can live in their underground mansions indefinitely. Get really lonely in those things. And one thing that they never take into consideration is the human factor. Because they're like, oh yeah, we'll have security guards and we'll have these people there. And it's like, oh, but who gets to be in charge when you're all locked in there under high stress? Money doesn't matter at that point. Grand Theft Autobot, who cares about the environment? We want money, conservatives, yeah. John Martinez, here in Idaho, it gets around 110 during the summer, but the air is dry, so it's tolerable. Plus, my skin just gets browner, and I love that. Yeah, if you have a dehumidifier in my area, you don't need to rely on an air conditioner as much because the moisture in my area really makes the heat bad. And it just feels damp and icky, and it's like you take a shower, but then you immediately feel gross right afterwards, too. But I find having a dehumidifier and you just take that moisture out, you can handle it so much easier when it's a dry heat. BCAT, yeah, we are super humid here, feels suffocating. Like you just walk outside and it's like you walk into a wall sometimes. And then I've been in places that didn't have, like I lived in places that didn't have air conditioning. And so I wouldn't be able to sleep properly overnight. And then I would go into a workplace that was usually over air conditioned and cold. And I would like struggle so hard because immediately my body would want to shut down and get a proper rest. Oh, those were difficult. Those were really difficult. I mentioned it last time, but I think on stream that I used to live in one apartment that was so hot. I'm not exaggerating when I say this, that I went to make a peanut butter sandwich because peanut butter is my everyday autistic food. I literally could pour it out of the jar. That's how hot it was in that apartment. And I do not like the heat, hence my snowflake tattoo. I am a winter person. I like the cold. Give me a -10 and I am happy. And you know what? I can -30 for a few days. I'm good. Like, you know, hovering between -10 and -5 is just brilliant for me. I love that. Jed, if they pass that bill, I'm expecting the largest protest in history of the country. I'm not sure which bill you're talking about. Sounds American. Looney Tunes 9000 is also hungry. We might have to break so that I can eat, but I need more than just like a snack. I need like a meal, which I can't do. Quickly, anyway. I have some leftovers I can heat up, so it shouldn't take too long, but I don't like eating on camera. I really should plan this out better. Okay. John Martinez, the coldest temp I ever endured was 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was here in Idaho. Let's see, here in Canada, it was like -30 with wind chill factors of -40. And up in Ottawa, they have block warmers. So they're literally things that you can plug in for your car so that your engine heats up enough so you can actually start your car. And like literally you would step outside and you feel all your nose hairs just go, they freeze. And one time when I was walking home from high school, when I got home and I looked in the mirror closet wall or whatever, the ice, there was ice on the scarf in front of my mouth because it was freezing as soon as the condensation came out, and my nose had started to bleed, but it was frozen on my face. That's getting cold. And I have that one picture that I like to use as my profile picture sometimes of like little beads of ice being frozen on my eyelids because it was like -20 once and I still went out for my walk. So again, all the condensation coming out of my mouth was freezing onto my toque and my scarf and even on my eyelids. Anyway, why don't we get back into it? There's just a few things to talk about Alberta. So there was an election recently, a by-election. So Naheed Nenshi is the leader of the Alberta NDP and finally won a seat in the House. And there was a separatist leader there who lost his seat big time. So it's always good to see losers lose. So there's a video we can watch on it. And like, here's the thing. This is from Google. If I watch the YouTube videos this way, they actually play a lot better than if I'm watching them direct from YouTube.
On his first day as an Alberta MLA, opposition NDP leader Naheed Nenshi says Monday night's by-election results show a rejection of Alberta separatism.
If I'm the premier, I'm scared to death about listening to the message that we heard today at the by-elections. She's doubling down on separatism.
The strongest showing for the openly separatist Alberta Republican Party in Monday night's by-election was in Olds Didsbury Three Hills, where leader Cam Davies came in a close third, with the UCP's Tara Sawyer winning the seat with over 60% of the
Oh no, they came in third.
vote. Opposition Alberta NDP leader and MLA-elect for Edmonton Strathcona Naheed Nenshi says while Albertans have rejected outright separatism, concerns about Alberta leaving Canada aren't over, with the premier keeping the door open for a potential referendum on the subject.
You know, what people need to understand is there is a separatist party, but the UCP is also a separatist party. And
yes, Danielle Smith loves stoking the flame of separatism while saying, I don't necessarily support it myself, but she's doing everything she can to get the referendum through, to make it easier for the referendum to get through. And even then, as I've explained on my channel plenty of times, even if the province were to vote overwhelmingly to separate from Canada, it literally cannot. It's not within the power. The province doesn't own the land that it's on. It's treaty land. And those treaties were made with the crown, not with the province. There's so much, but they can't. Yet Danielle Smith still loves using it as like some sort of carrot to her base to get them to fall in line. But as Naheed is mentioning, you know, there is like the Separatist Party, which is the Republican Party of Alberta, and the UPC, United Party of Conservatives or something like that. But they're also separatists, just not overtly. And she's also constantly wanting concessions from Ottawa and crying like a baby because they can't get everything they want. And, well, if we can't get what we want, we're going to take our toys and go home type attitude.
Voting for the Premier means that we'll have a referendum next summer unless the courts stop her.
But Premier Smith laying the blame on separatist sentiment on Ottawa, saying she hopes to fix the relationship with action from a new Alberta Next panel that will examine the province's relationship with the federal government.
We've got discussions going on as we speak. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen a lot of action yet. And so I would say that the sentiment that you're seeing was created in Ottawa.
Political watchers telling me that Monday night's result in the...
Yeah, it's Ottawa's fault. We want to separate. I hit play. It's still acting up on here.
The rural riding of Olds Didsbury Three Hills should send a clear message about how Albertans feel about separation.
It goes to show you that in a riding which has shown in the past that there is support for separatism, the fact that he only got 17.6% of the vote, I think that's a pretty devastating blow for him. And what's even more humiliating, Darcy, is the fact that he came third, that he came behind the NDP candidate who got 20% of the vote, the best vote total the NDP's ever gotten in that riding.
A May report from Angus Reid found that 36% of Albertans support the province leaving Canada, reporting from...
And those areas tend to really hate the NDP, those rural areas. So the fact that they beat out says a lot. And now it's, yeah, okay. Well, I don't think we need to watch much more of this because it's doing the donut thing. And I guess even here, it's not being too cooperative.
Edmonton, Darcy Ropjan, City News.
So there they came in third. Only a minority, a small minority of the province actually wants to separate. So what does Danielle Smith say? She says, "Oh, Albertans' desire for leaving Canada has never been higher."
Alberta's premier says the desire to separate from Canada has never been higher in this province.
I will say again that the separatist sentiment was created by Ottawa, by policies that targeted our industry, that chased away investment, and that are still in place today. I take that seriously, and I hope that the federal government takes that seriously.
Premier Danielle Smith says Albertans feel deeply frustrated and angry with Ottawa, pointing to the results of the Olds Didsbury Three Hills by-election this week, where an Alberta Republican separatist candidate garnered...
Yeah. So we don't really need to go much more into that. It's just, again, politicians saying one thing, statistics and facts and everything else be damned. But one last thing about Alberta, Nate Pike, who's part of the breakdown, just says, "I am horrified daily how Alberta's premier will constantly weigh into culture war issues that are absolutely divisive and incendiary, just a lie." And he was quote tweeting the breakdown, saying, "Today Smith continued the gross mischaracterization of her book ban. She claims that books recommended for 18 plus were included in the government's examples. None of the books cited were rated 18 plus. Most were 14 plus. No one is advocating for kids being exposed to age inappropriate content, but conversations as sensitive as the one should be led with facts, not lies."
Did you find this survey result concerning?
I have to wonder if the individuals who responded that way had a chance to look at the materials. We made them available with a warning about graphic depiction. And if we have to make a warning label for adults to observe materials, then it should be pretty obvious that 6, 7, and 8-year-olds shouldn't be seeing those materials. There's no benefit in giving graphic sexual material to children.
Nobody is doing that. Nobody.
Before they're old enough to understand what they're seeing. And that was what the policy is all about, is that we're looking to make sure that there's age-appropriate materials to teach kids about the basics of sexual reproduction at the right age in the right way. And some of those materials were clearly inappropriate. In fact, some of the books even said in the warning that they were not intended for an under 18 audience. So I think that we've taken the prudent approach, and I would hope anyone who has any doubt should go online and look at the materials for themselves. I think they would come to the same conclusion we have.
Did you find...
So just flat out lying about what she wants with her book ban and everything. And I think I'm going to break down and go get myself a protein bar and scarf it down really fast off camera. And just want to see if there's maybe, I don't have anything here to, why don't I do this? I'll go here. Because I don't like just leaving the camera on nothing. I want to show something. Let's go to I wonder if they clipped it. Did they clip me being a vampire? No. So if I go to live, just mute this for a second. I'll scooch over to where I was, where Minuet was on last Wednesday on this space, reading from my book while I go and scarf down something to eat. How about that? And you get to hear a few minutes of me reading my book, or of Minuet reading my book. But, you know, their artwork, let's see where we are with this. Let's see. Despite seasoned human sounds delicious. Yeah, it's just seasoning that goes into the blood. It's not like we season the actual just a minute. Human. 2 point. Okay, well, why don't you all start giving me some indication if you want to start hearing part of this book. I can start reading the first chapter so that you can get an idea as to whether or not you would like to read this book. I suggest you do. It is a fabulous book. It is loaded with political and social commentary because us vampires are actually extremely political. And our social commentary is very different than what you would normally think of or do. Because, you know, we don't live in your society. We interact with it, but we don't live in it. We have our own society that we live in. So only 2 humans so far are interested in hearing part of the book, so I'll hold off a bit longer. There has to be more interest in that. Oh, look at what this weather is doing to my hair, making it all frizzy. I don't understand you humans. You know climate change is bad. You know it's destroying the earth. But I think maybe it's because of your short lifespans. I think a lot of you feel like it won't affect you because you'll be dead before the worst of it, which is true to the most part. Bo said, please don't assume my planetary origin. Okay, so we have a few people interested. Okay. Oh, is this a problem? I'll put it up. There we go. Yes, be nice. We don't run into these issues. We're a very social species. We don't run into these. And if you are on the YouTube, don't forget to switch it to live chat. I hear that's again, you humans make no sense. Why wouldn't it default to live chat? And then if people want to switch it to top chat, they can. You don't understand. You humans are. Okay, so we have some people interested in part of the first chapter. So we'll see how far this goes because there's only 25 minutes left. And I like how they wrote this book because they wrote it from my perspective. So you're going to hear it in my voice, which is kind of nice. In chapter 1, possible future, new possible future. You brought a human into the council chamber? Vince's audacity astonished me. While humans coming into the chamber wasn't strictly prohibited, it was uncommon and, generally speaking, permission from council members was required. But I think part of my surprise was it was Vincent who did it. He was very meek, and doing something this bold was out of character for him. Before he could respond, Danielle spoke up. Minuet, it's all right. I asked him to be here. Since she oversaw security, her permission held a lot of value. However, I was still perturbed. You should have informed the rest of us before allowing him to bring that human here. Vincent said, her name is Stephanie, and I have a really good reason for hush. I snapped. Vincent appeared to be embarrassed by my scolding of him. He quickly brushed back the white streak in his hair he often let hang in front of his face. The human, Stephanie, a simple woman with no features that would catch an eye, took a step behind him. I could hear her heartbeat increase. My intention wasn't to frighten the poor thing. I turned back to Danielle. The celebration of treaties begins in a few nights. Now is not the time to bring a human before us. Actually, Minuet, I felt what Vincent had to say would be important for the council to hear before the celebration. This could change everything. Danielle often looked confident. Her background is from India. Mine is from Norway. The feature that ties all of us together is the white in our hair. Hers framed her face in stark contrast to the rest of her dark hair and eyes. In them, I noticed she seemed strangely uneasy. All right, Vincent, explain yourself. This is Stephanie. I came across her research on artificial blood 4 months ago. I applied it to my research and had a breakthrough on my project. You mean, yes, Vincent said. We're close to finding a substitute for human blood. I felt the wind taken out of me. That does change everything. I sat back, allowing this information to sink in. Glancing around at the other council members, I could see they were doing the same. Vampires have required human blood for all of our existence to survive. No other animal, no known substitute has ever maintained our life force. 4 months ago? She became an acolyte that fast, and she's accepting of everything she's come across? And Stephanie is of unusual talent and intellect. She knew that creatures like us were a possibility, even likely given what she's learned from her research. I believe her scientific curiosity helped her accept the reality of vampires. Keeping our presence hidden from humans had been vital to our survival. For a human to be made aware of us and brought into our society of acolytes, it takes a lot of investigation and testing. We were using a system Danielle set up for vetting humans. I shot her a quizzical glance. Danielle told me she passed everything and her test scores were quite high. I got up from my seat to approach this human. The eyes of the other council members were on me. While we don't have a leader, at least not in the same sense humans would think of one, I was aware my opinion held the most influence. Despite all the computer screens and electronics filling the room with noise, my footfall echoed on the tile floor. Operations were moved to this building in Ottawa, Canada, 60 years previously. The location was ideal for our future plans, and the architecture had remnants of when settlers first arrived to this land, a style fondly remembered by many of us. The modern buildings humans put up lack character, uniqueness, and are built as cheaply as possible, removing all embellishments. I enjoyed going to the most untouched parts of the building to feel the texture of the stone under my hand and breathe in its scent. No matter how often the stone had been washed, hints of its original time permeated the surrounding air. I saw a hopeful expression on Vincent's face. He was enthusiastic about his research. Also, I knew he was trying to impress me. His energy reached out to me, but I remained focused on the human. I asked her, Stephanie, as part of the socializing, I take it you've witnessed a full feeding? I did, she replied. And you've submitted to a passive feeding? I have. What did you think of them? I found it fascinating. I was relieved to learn there's no side effects with a passive feeding. The last thing I want is to turn into one of you, she shrugged. Why's that? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to offend. It's just that the full feeding, taking a life, I don't think that's something I could do. You take life all the time when you eat. Yes, I get that, but I'm not a predator. I've never had to kill my food. I guess it's different for you being born predators. Is that how you see us? As predators? Well, yes. That's how I could accept what you do. Humans can fall prey to many animals. It doesn't make those animals evil, at least so long as I'm not the meal. She gave me an apprehensive smile, no doubt hoping I wasn't about to make her my meal. You swore off going back to your own kind just like that? Realize once you've become part of our society, you can't go back to your old life. You're required to sever all ties, including with family. The only family I have is my father, and we're not close. My focus has been my research, which hasn't left much room for friendships. And, well, I have a hard time connecting with people, and I find it difficult to function in that society. With the opportunities, equipment, and advanced knowledge you have, how could I not want to be part of this society? Your people have been more open to me than mine ever have. Your people. Sorry, I mean, we're different species. I cut her off. Humans have more in common with apes than you do with us. Humans are people, vampires are kinfolk, acolytes are humans who serve and work with us. Yes, of course, the way kinfolk and acolytes have accepted me is unlike anything I've been a part of. Vampires can communicate with animals on an emotional level. Humans were too complex for us to read what they were feeling, leaving us to rely on verbal communication. However, we're very good at observing their behavior and physical responses. It's not impossible for a human to lie convincingly to us, but it's rare for that lie to go unnoticed. I studied her for any tick, any sign of disgust, any indication she was trying to deceive us. I found none. She certainly seemed accepting. I said, Vincent, you believe her work will help you accomplish your goal? I do. Continue your work. I turned from him and addressed the council members. As of this moment, nothing has changed, but we need to prepare ourselves for the possibility a substitute for human blood is close to becoming a reality. Thank you, Minuet, Vincent said to me. I'm glad you trust her. I trust you, Vincent. If you trust her, that's good enough for me. Yes, I know I was muted. You guys, you gotta use my name in the SandBox so that it highlights better. So yes, that was me, Minuet. If you go to the Back to Wednesday's show to the 2-hour mark, you will see Minuet come on, read the rest of the chapter. This wonderful book here. Up in the corner, you can see this little logo that Soul Life put together. Kind of cool. But yeah, everyone subscribe to this space. Very close to getting 1K. In fact, we're about as close to getting 1K as I am to getting 8K. So please, if you haven't subscribed to both, go do it. I would really love to break that 8K mark on my channel. Yeah. Okay, yeah, stupid delay on the YouTube, but you can hear me now. Buy the book, linked below. I love this book so hard. So hard, despite the feedback I got on it during my beta reading. For those of you who don't know, the beta reader phase of that book, so I was doing an online thing. It was a online publishing derby. Bunch of writers did it. Here are some covers, write a book based on the cover type thing. And the beta reader feedback I got was that my book was unreadable. They didn't finish reading it, and they didn't even bother to tell me where they stopped reading it. But yeah. I love the book so hard. I can't wait to make sequels and prequels and all that sort of stuff. I'm itching to get to it, but I have to use that as the cupcake at the end. I don't know, the reward for getting my TYT video done. Because if I start doing anything else in that book before the TYT video gets done, the TYT video will never get done. I definitely have to do that first, and then I can reward myself by just working on the book. But yes, you guys have to remind me, or when you're trying to get my attention, you have to put in left of the box so that it highlights and I see it easier. What do you guys think of that? That was half the first chapter. Let's see what people are saying. But yeah, everyone can go back and check it out. Jet conservatives, learning is porn. Pretty much. BCAT, these people are the ones that sexualize anything and everything, talking about Danielle Smith and the fear of, oh no, they might read a book. Swift returns. Some people engage their children in sexually graphic material. My parents read the Bible to me 4 to 5 times a day. That thing is full of pedos and incest and then yeah. Oh, apparently the minuet got clipped. But you just got to see it there. And you can always go back to the full live stream and see the whole thing. The full 10-hour long live stream. Pfft, amateurs. I haven't gotten that far yet. I have not done 10 hours yet, and I don't plan to, as I'm now approaching 4 hours of this news live stream. But it was really hot for Minuet on that day. It was like heat dome, like over 30 degrees. Luckily there's air conditioning in this apartment, or else she would literally bite my head off. And I can relate to her jokes earlier when she was on screen talking about, you know, it's pretty bad if a vampire like her can tan. I'm tanned. I've been out in the sun so much, I've had to switch over to using my summer color concealer and foundation. For the video, Minuet just borrowed my winter foundation and concealer. BCAT, the white streak is cool. I have a childhood friend who has a birthmark like that. Yeah. If I were to mimic Minuet's white streak in her hair, what I would do is use baby powder. Let's see. Bobby, is there an audiobook? Eventually, one of my projects will be to read the entire book and make each chapter a different video. And that would be available. So that's kind of like an audiobook if you just want to hear it in the background type thing. And that will be available to top tier paying members on my Patreon and on YouTube channel. That said, if somebody is living with poverty, I don't want to deny them. So I'll figure out a way of getting it to them as well. But for people who can pay for that, I'd really appreciate it. Jet, if you want a copy of the clip, it's still uploaded in the backup folder. Ah, no, I don't need a copy of the clip. I can just clip the video. Swift returns. I don't tan, I crisp. I know that feeling. But basically, I do this, I put on a lot of sunscreen and stuff, so I don't generally tan much in the summer. Worried about the whole skin cancer thing, but also I don't really tan, I burn for different parts of my body. So I either burn or don't tan at all. So my legs, like my calves, do not tan whatsoever. When I went on spring break and I was in college, Daytona Beach, I have an ankle band tattoo. So I put sunscreen around that because you're supposed to, because the darker colors attract more sun. You can burn your tattoos faster than you would get a tan type thing. And I didn't put any sunscreen on the rest of my legs. By the end of the week, you could sort of tell if you looked really hard that I tanned on my legs. Be cat with gel or spray, Sandy, to hold the baby powder. I put on the gel and stuff first and then just sprinkle it on. Swift returns. Left of the box. I sent a small tip to the wrong email, I think. I sent to Left of the Box, not SandeeLovas. Better than member, so you get instead of YouTube taxing it. I appreciate it, and both those work. Left of the Box. I don't know if e-transfers can go through Left of the Box if I have it set up that way yet. I know e-transfers can go through SandeeLovas, but they're both my email. Let's see. Oh, no, looks like I got it. Thank you. Super appreciate it. Oh, my cats always need it. Frodo, he's doing well. He ate a lot last night, which is so good because especially with the heat wave that we had on, I was giving him more subdural fluids. So he's all nice and hydrated right now, at least. And he was having nights where he wasn't eating so much and so on, but he ate a lot last night. It makes me feel good. So yeah, I had to get him fluids, some appetite stimulants and stuff, but I love that cat to pieces, but I do have ongoing medical expenses because of him, but he's the first time I've gone into debt. Like, it's the first time I've gone into debt and didn't actually have panic attacks or anxiety about it because it was for him, for Frodo, in his initial incidents about 2 years ago where he almost died. And that was the first time I had ever gone into a debt without having a complete and utter breakdown, because going into debt is quite triggering for me. Which isn't, people think, oh, well, that's a great thing. Not necessarily, because sometimes you have to go into debt, and it would set me off because of experiences I had, especially when I was unhoused and whatnot with debt. So going into any debt it can set me off in really horrid ways. But going into debt for Frodo was the first time that I'm like, no, I'm okay with this. It's never been fully, like, it kind of got paid off, but not really, and then it kind of got exacerbated, and then, so, yeah. I'm still in debt, but when I say I'm in debt, it's nowhere near to the scope of what the average person is. Hello, old Greece. Rolando DD, sunscreen is vital. Learned that the lesson the hard way. One time there was a parade outside of my house, and I lived in a house at that time that had like a white, it was white. And I was living on a main street, and I was like a teenager, like 16, 17 at the time. And so since I lived on a main street, sometimes you'd just be woken up by a parade going down the street. And so I went out and watched it, and I wasn't really thinking. I was wearing a shirt that went like this, you know, showing off my cleavage a little bit. That scarred for 2 years. Because I didn't have any sunscreen on it. And for 2 years, you could see that tan line. Swift returns saying, I get it. I have had 16 dogs and 6 cats. It's expensive and heartbreaking, but worth it. I love them so much. I have 2 of each currently. Yeah. Rolando DD, 6 cats equal kitty cuddle puddle. Yeah. I've had a dog once, briefly, unfortunately. She ended up getting hit by a car. But I can never imagine my life without cats. Cats have always, ever since I was not a young child, a child. There's been a cat in my life, and I cannot imagine my life without cats. And I've had a lot of cats over my life. I used to volunteer with a cat rescue. Big mistake. I'll never do that again. Anyway, I should probably get back to like the actual news. Now that, you know, my stale protein bar and stuff is digesting. Let's see. So I talked about Alberta. Now we have some Ford government stuff, and then some positive Pride news, and then we can unwind and relax for the day. Sounds like a plan. You know how conservatives love to say that they hate big government? They're a fan of the small government. They want a teeny tiny. They do not like big government, overreach, government trying to control the lives of people. They say that, but this is where I get back to what I was saying earlier in the live streams about politicians saying whatever they think they need to in order to secure votes, but then voting in other ways. This is another one of those things. They will say they're against big government, but then once they're in government, will do everything they can to become a bigger government. Case in point. Ford government sends supervisors into Toronto district school boards and others sidelining trustees. Yes, the province has decided to go and take over school boards. I had talked about this earlier, that it was a threat. Well, now that threat has been seen through. So the Ford government will sideline trustees at 4 school boards, including Canada's largest school board, as the education minister continues a hands-on approach to governance reform. On Friday, Minister Paul Calandra announced he would send supervisors into Toronto and all those other ones. Each of these boards have failed in its responsibilities to parents and students by losing sight of its core mission, ensuring students' success, Calandra said. So what they do is they underfund their schools and then say, we're punishing you for not budgeting properly. It's pretty much what it is. Did I want to watch? There's a video. I know there's a video I wanted to watch about this, but I don't know if it was attached to this one or not. So we'll find out.
Decades, the province.
Oh, let's go back to the beginning.
It's a provincial broadside aimed at every school board across Ontario. The Ford government warning trustees a Queen's Park takeover is coming.
Every school board across the province of Ontario should be put on notice that
no, they shouldn't be put on notice.
We're refocusing it on students, teachers, and parents.
Ontario's Minister of Education argues over the past few decades, the province's 72 school boards have been given too much autonomy, creating what he believes is a disconnected education system.
What that is
Conservatives claiming something has too much autonomy? What?
meant is 72 different systems of education across the province of Ontario. It has meant very frustrated teachers who simply want the resources to give their kids.
As the Ford government looks to exercise greater control, it is flexing its provincial muscle, putting 4 Ontario school boards under the direct control of Queen's Park, citing their inability to balance their budgets. It includes Toronto's public and Catholic school boards, as well as the public boards in Dufferin, Peel, and Ottawa. The minister suggesting the timeline is indefinite.
They will take whatever time is needed in order to not only bring the budgets back into balance, obviously, but put them on a sustainable course to financial stability for years to come.
But critics argue it's the government that's to blame.
And if it weren't for the Conservative education funding cuts, if funding had just kept pace with inflation and enrollment growth since 2018, then these boards wouldn't have deficits.
While critics are...
Aha, this is the video I wanted to watch. Because that was the point I wanted made crystal clear. It's the funding cuts that have caused the school boards to not be able to keep up with their budgets. Not because they're misspending. Well, in one school board's case, they were misspending. But in the rest, not so much. Because one school board, they went off to like Italy and bought artwork and whatnot. Like, But you can't hold all school boards responsible because of that one. And I think they were a private Catholic school too.
Calling it a power grab, the Ford government insists it's simply accountability.
Put students first, put teachers first. Let's get the resources back into the classroom.
The Conservative government is concerned about accountability? What? This provincial Conservative government? They're worried about accountability, are they? Are they? It's just of all the people to be worried about accountability, this government, they need to be held accountable for so much stuff.
At Queen's Park.
Okay, so that's the end of that. So let's go. This is Jessica Bell. She's an MPP. Let me get this straight. The Conservatives have appointed a former advisor to Metrolinx, Rohit Gupta, to supervise the Toronto District School Board, a board that is responsible for educating almost 250,000 students. What could go wrong? And then what's the, like, what's up with Metrolinx? Like, why are you bringing up that the former advisor to Metrolinx might be a bad idea? Why? This is why. We have to build, Ford says, if cost of Scarborough subway extension tops $10 billion. Project set to open by 2030 will replace Line 3. New figures from Metrolinx show the cost of extending the Scarborough subway line has nearly doubled since the project was first announced. This is a tunnel they're talking about, you know, like a subway tunnel that has doubled in cost since they first announced it. I wonder if there's any other tunnels that Doug Ford is thinking of making that he's probably drastically underestimating how much it will cost. Oh, gee. Yeah, I wonder. 3 top extensions of Line 2, which have been under construction since 2021, will connect Kennedy Station, Shepherd Avenue, blah, 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 blah. But figures disclosed in an update at the provincial... so in 2020, a business case for Metrolink put the project cost at roughly $5.5 billion. But figures disclosed in an update at the Provincial Transit Agency latest board meeting shows the route is now expected to cost more than $10 billion to complete. In a statement provided to CBC News, Metrolink spokesperson says the initial cost estimate only included construction costs, something the agency says is standard in practice. The new $10.2 billion figure includes additional costs like property, acquisition, installation, and blah, blah, blah. You probably should have included those in the numbers. I'm just saying. Premier Doug Ford defended Metrolinx at an unrelated news conference Tuesday, saying initial figures didn't factor in those additional costs. If you want buy-in from the public, you should probably be telling them how much it's costing right out of the gate. It didn't add the cost to the trains when they didn't add in the maintenance. They didn't add in the extension out Kennedy Road too. And so that's the cost is going up. But we have to build. It goes back for decades and decades. Everyone talked about Scarborough subway. No one would do anything. We still stepped up and did it. And you see, the thing is that I'm not against expanding the subway systems. I think that's a good thing. We need good transit. Good transit means less cars, and it's easier to get around. It makes the place more accessible. Not against that. It's just the ridiculous way that this government spends money and wastes money, and usually benefits their buddies as opposed to like the most ideal contract. But this is just. But when it comes to the tunnel under the 401, completely unnecessary. In fact, very harmful, hurtful. Like, who wants to get stuck in a traffic jam underground? And it's just, the cost is going to skyrocket. So they're estimating, between 40 and 50 billion. It's going to be north of 100 billion by the time they're done. And it's going to take so long. And I seriously doubt it will ever get done because of the gargantuan nature of what that project is and how stupid it is. Like, it's just so useless. We do not need a tunnel under the highway. It is just a childish fantasy of Doug Ford's. But here, the OSSTF Communications, and they represent 60,000 plus frontline education workers in Ontario schools, says, breaking, the Ford government is taking control of 4 school boards in a sweeping move that will likely undermine local democracy. Because remember, school boards, we elect people into it. That's a choice by the community to elect a certain type of person into the school boards because they want the school boards to represent their community. Like, there's a certain standard of education across, the country. But smaller details in how it's implemented, the culture and all that sort of stuff is determined on a municipal level, which kind of makes sense because, the needs of my city versus Toronto will be very different, and the breakdowns of what kind of people are in the what's the word? The demographic and everything broken down will be different things. So while there's a certain set standard, a certain level of culture and what's accessible and what, they feel they should put extra resources into really is reliant on what the community feels is best suited for that particular school. But now when the government comes in and takes over, they get to dictate all of that. They get to override people who were democratically elected in and then just say, no, we want it this way. True, we have no idea what's going on here, but we just want it this way. And we also set you up for failure by underfunding you so that we would eventually be able to take you over. It's kind of like, when they underfund the public healthcare system, so eventually they can go private. Well, they underfund the education system, so eventually they can take it over. Same type of thing. So Minister Kalenja's claims about accountability, but look at THAMS, that's the luxury spa that's going up in Ontario Place. Valley already under ministry supervision. No public budget presentation, no input from communities, no accountability. And that's talking about the mega spa that's going up, and they aren't doing all the things that they demanded the school board does. This isn't transparency, it's a power grab. Meanwhile, school boards are being forced to do more with less. Since 2018, the Ford government has taken more than $6 billion out of classrooms, and funding has fallen far behind inflation. As we have said, and OPSBA has said, per student funding has dropped nearly $1,500 since Ford took office in 2018. Leaving a $693 million shortfall across English public school boards this year alone. They're just trying to distract from 7 years of chronic underfunding. Oh, and speaking about that whole public to private healthcare, Ontario awards licenses for publicly funded, privately operated diagnostic centers. The Ford government has announced that 57 new privately owned surgical and diagnosis centers will be brought online, integrated into the public healthcare system as it tries to reduce wait times. Keep in mind, the amount of money they pay per, let's say, diagnostic, whatever, in the public sector is far, far more expensive than if it was in the private. All this money that's being funneled into private needs to be turned back to public. If we want proper public funding, we have to get rid of all of this private bullshit. On Friday, Ontario Premier Doug Ford unveiled first new privately operated facility to be given operating license, a new building in Richmond Hill, part of the creation of 57 new privately run facilities, referred to by the government as community surgical and diagnosis centers. Ontario will chip in a total of $155 million over 2 years. We should go the Quebec route, and the Quebec route is to ban this type of thing. The 57 new centers will be rolling out across, will make a huge difference in the wait time. No, it won't. It will make a difference for the people who can afford it. It will reduce their wait time while extending it for everyone else. It's all part of our plan to protect and improve our healthcare services while ensuring people always receive the care that they need with their OHIP card. So yes, technically with your OHIP card, you can go into these private centers and get the healthcare that you need, but then they're going to try to upsell you. And then it's the people who are able to purchase things that get bumped to the front of the line. They get all the perks. And so they might only offer you certain base treatments with your OHIP card, but if you want a different type of surgery, if you want a better type of diagnostic equipment or anything of that sort, well, then you have to start paying. And sometimes people have actually been tricked out of it, thinking that they had to pay for these things when they didn't, and ending up paying thousands of dollars into a private healthcare system. So NDP MPP Franz Gillians says the announcement was a step in the wrong direction. That is public money going into private hands instead of our local hospitals where help is desperately needed. This model of private delivery with public dollars is alarming and unfair. Study after study shows that private clinics benefit the wealthiest while leaving the rest of us behind. That is public money going into private health hands instead of our own local hospitals where help is desperately needed. All of this has been made possible through Bill 60. Again, it's the government making laws to get their own way, to supersede other laws, because this should really be going against the Healthcare Act of Canada. And this is where the federal government needs to be stepping in and cracking down, which they don't do. This model of private delivery with public dollars is alarming and unfair. Okay, they repeated themselves in the article. But don't really need to go more back into it. I covered this so much, and unfortunately I don't think it's going away anytime soon. But just to let you know where Canada kind of sits with some diagnostic machines like MRIs, out of the OECD countries, Canada ranks 29th out of 33 with only 10.8 per million. Our healthcare dollars should be going into the public system, not private system. And this, a lot of people say jurisdiction. It's a joint responsibility between federal and provincial. They are both failing us in this aspect. The federal can absolutely hold accountable the provincial governments and make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to. It's kind of like the federal is like, here's some parameters, here's the money, you dole it out. And that's what the province is supposed to do under certain guidelines, which they're not doing, but the federal government isn't doing anything about it. So frustrating. And here we have a clip. It's a bit more of a follow-up on a story that I was covering last week, and this is a story that I still can never get over to this day about the conditions in long-term care homes when COVID first started. And last news live stream, I was mentioning now the Ford government wants to hide those records. And so this is a clip from a much longer video. This video here, which is just over a half hour, which I will toss the link into the SandBox so that people can check it out. But this is a clip from that video.
It obviously all but eliminates transparency, and it's dangerous, you know, having these reports and having people that can use these reports to shed light on what is happening and how things are changing and troublesome new trends and patterns that you can't ascertain without comparing them to the past. It's deeply problematic, and it endangers everyone that has a vested interest in long-term care, apart from the owners of companies that profit from hiding this material and still being able to, you know, draw in residents.
Yes. Chris,
I just go through, you know, a brief history of the Ford Conservatives and long-term care homes. Because, I mean, what I've seen in this is you know, we had the pandemic. Ford said he was going to build an iron ring around the long-term care homes. Almost nothing was done. The armed forces were called in, wrote a scathing report about seniors dying of thirst, seniors dying, you know, sitting in soiled diapers for days on end, just horrific conditions that they were under. And then Ford bringing in legislation to protect them from negligence lawsuits.
Bill 218.
Right, as much as he could. And then also extending their contracts for 30 years.
Yeah.
And now they're deleting the records from that time. Is that a fair summary of?
Well, it's actually worse than that, right? So we have all of that, which is already bad enough. But what a lot of people don't realize is that there's been many more regulations that have slipped under the radar.
And hundreds of millions of dollars went to the shareholders of those long-term care homes where people suffered and died. So I will put the link to this video. Oh, I can just do it this way. Copy into the SandBox for people. So you can watch the rest of it at your leisure. And this is Chris Glover. He is a MPP. I'm just gonna say, my channel's bigger. He has 157 subscribers. You can't quite see it if I did that. There we go. 157 subscribers. I have more than MPP. A lot of politicians do not have big followings because they don't know how to use social media. I'm just saying. Now, if it isn't the education or the healthcare that this government is wrecking, it's also justice. Jails, prisons, all that sort of stuff are in horrid shambles. Ontario jails in growing crisis, which cannot be ignored any longer. Did I want to watch the video? Oh, no, that's not related. So Ontario jails are in a growing crisis, according to the province's ombudsman, who is urging a rapid and meaningful overhaul of their correctional system. Again, this is another area that's being drastically underfunded by the Ford government. And then what does he do? He goes off and starts criminalizing things like being unhoused. He wants to crack down on criminals. He wants to shove them into these crumbling prisons that can't even hold them, to the point that some people are their charges are being stayed because the wait is so long, and some people are getting their sentences reduced because the conditions that they're in are so horrific in these prisons. So he just wants to criminalize everyone, then overburden the justice system, and then claim that there's way too many criminals out there, and so that's why they need to do more crackdowns on other things. It's these constant negative feedback loops when it comes to healthcare and education and justice and everything else with the Conservative government. And it's so frustrating that people don't see them for what they are and keep on voting them back in. Our quality of life is deteriorating. It's primarily because of Conservative governments. Liberals, not that great either. NDP, hit and miss. But people don't pay attention to the policy, and this is what you get. People are just voting for Doug Ford basically on vibes. They just like him. And then a lot of people who are against him just don't bother to go out and vote. So in his annual report, Ombudsman Paul Dubie said his office had received a staggering increase in complaints related to correctional facilities, up 55% on the previous year. to 6,870. Investigators for the Ombudsman visited jails in Ontario over the past year, and the conditions they observed concerned them, according to the report. At various facilities, they said they were met with overcrowding and growing tensions between inmates and staff who are increasingly burned out. This is not just a legal and policy failure, it's a moral one, Doobie wrote in his report. If left undressed, the consequences will continue to reverberate through our courts, our communities, and our collective conscience. The Ford government has placed an increased rhetorical emphasis on bail reform and increasing jail sentences, rolling out a plan to build more jails. Existing facilities, however, are overcrowded and overcapacity. The Auditor General found some of Ontario's jails are operating at 150% capacity, pointing out that the majority of inmates are awaiting trial and have not been found guilty. Lots of people in prison, not even necessarily guilty. An incident at the Maplehurst Correctional Complex in Milton sparked greater scrutiny of the system. Inmates were stripped of their underwear and forced to sit facing a wall with their wrists tied. Ontario Liberal MP Karen McCrimmon says that she was concerned by the conditions at the correctional complex. The situation at Maplehurst is entirely unacceptable, but as the Ontario Ombudsman lays out, chaos is never far in correctional facilities and that they're overcapacity and understaffed, she said in a statement. The sorry state of Ontario's jails is a recipe for disaster. The issue in jails spill out across the justice system, the Ombudsman's report argues. Violations of inmates' rights are not just internal matters, they are undermining the administration of justice itself, Doobie wrote. Courts have reduced sentences and granted early parole due to unlawful treatment behind bars. Some inmates have applied to have their charges, even murder charges, stayed. Ontario NDP Christy Wong-Tam says the government should address the issue of funding. Make sure we fund the courts so it runs smoothly and efficiently, making sure we fund corrections so we can reduce the overcrowding, they said. All of that is going to make a huge difference in actually reducing the tension of the violence and the horrible conditions that we are seeing right now. Yeah. I guess there's not that much more, so I might as well finish reading it. A spokesperson for the Solicitor General office said that they will review the Ombudsman report. The Ombudsman concluded jails were in dire need of attention from the government. Ontario's correctional system is in urgent need of meaningful systemic reform, not only to relieve pressure on overcrowded facilities and burnt-out staff, but to realign the system with rehabilitative purpose, he wrote. This is a matter of public safety, human rights, and basic decency. We cannot afford to ignore it any longer. You don't want people coming out of prison more broken than when they went in. We need it to be rehabilitative so that when they leave prison, they're in a place where they don't end up back into it in just a little while longer because they don't have the supports or the skills or what they need in order to contribute in society in a way that isn't harmful to themselves or to others. So lots of underfunding, lots of money being wasted. But do you know what Doug Ford loves? More than anything else, probably. Booze. Not boobs. I don't know about that. Booze. B-O-O-Z-E. Yes, he loves that alcohol. He wants to make it far more accessible to far more people in the convenience stores. He celebrates it, promotes it all the fucking time. Well, so that basically he doesn't have to answer to all the horrible things he's doing. He just wants this province drunk so that you can't see what's happening. So this is new. Ford government to allow alcohol on a pedal pub.
So you've probably seen these on social media. Maybe you've been on one while you've been on vacation, but soon you'll be able to experience a pedal pub with alcohol right here in Ontario. 680 News Radio learning exclusively that the Ford government will allow booze to be served on them this summer. Pedal pubs are these large bicycles featuring a U-shaped bar powered by at least 12 riders who do the work. They're doing that pedaling. The driver remains sober and takes care of the steering and the braking. Ontario launched a pilot program in 2022 allowing pedal pubs to operate in separate.
Keep in mind, this is the same government that overrode the municipalities like Toronto to remove bike lanes. What do you think these are going to do to traffic? And like, isn't this just great to have these pedal pubs around? Like when they start like throwing up, they can just like smear it down the street or something. Because that's what you want, a whole bunch of drunk people pedaling by you on the road. Oh, but the driver has to remain sober. What could go wrong?
Several cities, including here in Toronto, but without alcohol. Now the province will allow companies who operate the pedal pubs to apply for those liquor licenses starting July 1st. The Ford government says the change is meant to help boost tourism.
Yes, that's what we need. Pedal pubs. Places where you can go biking and drinking at the same time. Plus, the sideway motion, like if you are pedaling forward, but you are moving sideways, you're going to get sick. You're going to get sick if that happens. Like I look at this, like where is it? Oh. This is hard to... I want to see the images of this again.
The 519 is under fire.
No, that's like a completely different video.
So you've probably seen these on social media. Maybe you've been on one while you've been on vacation, but soon you'll be able to experience a U-shaped bar powered by at least 12 riders who do the work. They're doing that pedaling. The driver remains sober and takes care of the steering.
Yeah, like if you do this, if you are pedaling sideways like that, or forward, but you're having to twist your body in the vehicle you're pedaling forward in is moving basically sideways to the way that you're pedaling, you're gonna get sick. Oh, this is the state of our province. No, alcohol-friendly pedal pubs coming to Ontario this summer. That won't cause issues in traffic at all. Something that Doug Ford's so concerned about, he had to get rid of bike lanes, overriding the city and spending millions of dollars removing them after millions of dollars were spent putting them in. Oh. What could go wrong? Not to mention, like, this isn't the design of this. Like, I could get, if this was in a restricted area, like a certain zoned off area where there was less traffic, like more foot traffic, like we're talking like European cities or something where there's a lot more foot traffic and less vehicle traffic. But there needs to be safety measures, as in something behind them so that they don't fall backwards. Because if you're drinking and you get drunk and you're on a moving vehicle, you might lean back. So there should be something to support their backs to make sure that they don't fall backwards and maybe secure them in, like a seat belt. This is just, like, again, I'm not against the kitschy nature of this. It's just, it would have to be like, this is the street specifically designated for it in like this touristy area. And only so many per day, and people know that this is the street and all that sort of stuff. But just this idea that they can go around in traffic like this, oh my God. Oh my God. So many problems. Not enough safety built into that at all whatsoever. Just, this is where Doug Ford loves spending his money, though. Okay, we're going to quickly check the SandBox, and then there was some good Pride news to get to. Yeah, that I wanted to, some good Pride news. Let's see. Orlando DD, were you surprised when I said years about the scar on my sunburn? I couldn't, Sandy. I admire people who are able to volunteer in shelters, but it would be a weeping mess all day, every day, says BCat. Oh, we talking about, yeah, the pet rescues and shelters and stuff like that. Oh, yes, I volunteered with a cat rescue, not a shelter. And so it was a no-kill policy at least, but they were definitely overcrowded in this woman's house. And, you know, they weren't getting like the individualized care that they need. It's just like she would make sure that they get medicine and food and all that sort of stuff. But when it came to like socialization and just even space, they didn't have that. But she would make sure that they all got any medications and stuff that they need. And there was the no-kill policy. But, you know, even when I went out to adopt Lanier in Abernathy, oh, it was so hard. Because you just see so many cats in need of a loving home, and they're all so deserving and loving and adorable kitties. And you just want, I take them all. I still have guilt I didn't take Lanier's sister. Because apparently Lanier and his sister were kind of close when they were kittens in their little kitten room. And I feel so terrible that I tore them apart. And if I could go back, and then at that same rescue, there was another room off to the side with some cats in it. And I look in, and this one cat just looked up at me and gave this cry, this such forlorn cry. And I'm like, I want to take you home too. And it's like, if I had more money, I'd have 6 cats right now. So I can't. I just, wow. Yeah, it is so difficult for me to go to these shelters and stuff now. But, you know, hopefully I won't have to do this for years and years and years, because Lanier and Abernathy will live long, happy lives. Let's see. And people talking to each other, which is good. Engagement in the sandbox is always good. I'm going to toss this link in the sandbox if I can. It's a story that I was thinking of covering, but it's just like a one-off news article. But I still think it's important for people to know. So I will briefly look at it before we get into the Happy Pride news and put the link in the sandbox. But then, yeah, you guys can look at it, because it's still, Canada is a racist country, if you don't know. And it's good for people to be made aware of it. So we'll get to that in just a second, and then get into the Happy Pride news. It's just normally when I do a story, I like to have like multiple things and whatnot, so that it's a full in-depth look into something as opposed to just a one-off article. But yeah. Let's see. Rolando DD, and now America is nothing more than a semi-literate, unvaccinated, flat earth hellscape. Don't know what that's in reference to. Swift returns, the Wild West. My family doctor took me 2 years, but he's an idiot. Okay, we're talking about stuff that I guess people are chatting about that I don't know the context of. I think I finally got a family doctor. Been without one for a little bit. Hopefully it goes okay. Swift returns. I know a few former convicts. It's pretty fucking bad in there. Not nearly as bad as most states, but still very sad place. As with a lot of things, like, we're not as bad as the states, but it doesn't make it good. And what's happening in our correctional systems, it's just, no. I'm all for restorative justice. And having a prison where people go and be abused and harassed and assaulted and don't get the supports that they need, then what do you think will happen to them when they get let out of prison? And in some instances, the horrific thing is like with the women's prison not too far from here, they would just let them out. But quite often they're indigenous and their communities are hundreds of kilometers away and they wouldn't inform anyone. And so they were just left out on the street with that person without any ability for them to get back home. Yeah, our correctional system, extraordinarily racist. The indigenous population within the correctional system is wildly disproportionate. More so than what you hear in the States about Black people in their correctional system. It's the breakdown is far worse here in Canada. The Wild West, remember the woman who died in solitary confinement? I think that's Quebec, though. I'm pretty sure that was Ontario. Let's see. And people reacting to the pedal pub. I just like, if it was on, like I said, if it was in a tourist area and it was a set route that this was what they had to travel on, maybe like one of those bike lanes near the lake shore or something, I could see it being a fun, cute, touristy thing to do. But to have it on the main streets, in that lack of safety, ugh, the Wild West, just get drunk on the bus like a normal person. Oh, it jumped. Where we go? There we are. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Have you seen Netflix show North of North? I don't have Netflix, so no. I super appreciate the super chat. I don't pay for any of those things. I might have some connections to Prime, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus, but I don't have any access to Netflix, unfortunately. That's like the frustration that I have these days. Like, you hear about this amazing new show and you're like, oh, I kind of want to see it, but then you find that it's on a different platform that you'd have to pay a different amount of money for. Like, for some reason, I was thinking Supernatural was on Prime, and I was like, oh, I can watch that from the beginning, because I remember watching, like, the first 3 seasons, but then something happened, and I wasn't able to get back into it. I'm like, you know what, I think I actually would like to watch that whole series. And then it's like, oh, it is on Amazon Prime. No, it's not. It's on a part of Amazon Prime that you still have to pay for if you want to see it. Like, pay extra for. It's just, all these programs that are just, no, you have to pay for HBO or Amazon or Netflix or Apple IO or like all these things. There's a new Stephen King series coming out on a different platform. And I would love to see it, but it's just like, The Wild West CBC gem is free if you are in Canada. Oh, well, maybe I can check that out then. Why don't we get through this again? So again, this next one, it's just one article, one off that I just think is important for people to know about, that I will share in the SandBox for people. Hopefully it's not too long. Darn it, it's too long. So I will not share that in the SandBox. So unfortunately, if you want to read this article, you will have to Google it. I don't know why they do this. They make links that are too long for us to put in the SandBox. They should have like condensed links, I would think. But anyway, this is it. So Black Canadians have highest avoidable hospitalization rates, StatsCan data. New data from StatsCan shows Black Canadians have the highest rates of avoidable hospitalizations in the country, something experts say underscores the need for more equitable health services for the Black community. Report released in June 18th shows over 8-year period Black Canadians were admitted to hospital for treatable health conditions such as asthma, diabetes, hypertension at higher rates than other racial groups and non-racialized people. In the most recent data collected, Black men and boys were admitted at a rate of 272 hospitalizations per 100,000, while Black women and girls saw a rate of 253 per 100,000. Other racialized people, including South Asian, Chinese, Filipino Canadians, had significantly lower rates. The lowest was among Chinese population, in which men and boys had 65 hospitalizations and women and girls 52. So, like I said, if you want to finish reading it, you can just Google that from CTV News. But now, Looney Tunes, have you tried editing the link like I do? I don't know what you mean by that. They should have like a shareable version of the link that would make it so that it's nice and condensed. But anyway. On to some good Pride news. How about that? We'll end this. This is my last live stream in Pride Month this year. So let's end on some good Pride news. So in Alberta recently, there's been some horrific news when it comes to trans kids, that they were banning treatment for trans children in Alberta, which we knew would be challenged because that's unconstitutional, and it has been ruled unconstitutional. So Brooklyn Wallace, who was on my channel for an interview when she was running as an NDP candidate in the federal election here, says, she quotes tweet the same great news. So breaking news, Alberta Court of King's Bench grants injunction preventing Alberta government from banning gender-affirming care for minors, citing irreparable harm will be caused if the ban comes into force. A victory for human rights and trans youth. And I had to put this into a different program so that I could actually zoom in on it properly so that we can see it better. No. Let's go back to, there we go. So this is the ruling. My voice is kind of crapping out right now, so I don't know if I can read all of this, but it's really good to go over. So this is part of the ruling. The law requires me to assume that an injunction will harm the public interest and to assess the gravity of that harm when considering the balance of convenience. An injunction will harm the public interest by denying protection to gender-diverse youth in accordance with the objective of the legislation. I find that the harm to the public interest does not outweigh the benefit that the injunction will afford. The evidence shows that the only group that will be directly impacted by the ban are gender-diverse minors for whom hormone therapy is medically indicated. The evidence of both parties show that the ban will benefit an even smaller subset of this already very small group of people, and those are individuals that prescribe hormone therapy and later regret it. The harm that this group might suffer would arise only after they made an informed choice to obtain hormone therapy. So basically saying there's a small group of people that would be harmed by being denied this gender affirming care, which is still a much larger group than the few that will then later regret it after going through strenuous hoops to jump through in order to get it in the first place. Regret rate for gender affirming care is exceedingly low, lower than pretty much every other type of medical treatment out there. And so, like, to the general public, having this ban in place or having an injunction on the ban doesn't affect the general public. But the group that it would affect the most of gender diverse young people would be hurt the most by having this ban. And so therefore, this ban is unjust type thing. Let's see. So I'm going to skip over that paragraph there. The evidence shows that there is a benefit to the public in ensuring the injunction because it will allow this marginalized group to continue receiving medical care from trusted doctors and a broader team of health professionals, thereby avoiding the adverse consequences the ban will have on them, including interference with their autonomy, unwanted and permanent development, serious stress and anxiety, and further discrimination until the issues are decided on a full record at trial. In conclusion, I find the professional standards of Alberta health care professions will protect the public interest, while an interlocutory injunction is in effect. I agree with the applicants that in this case, the status quo protects the public interest through a web of public law and private law constraints on the provision of gender-affirming care, which the injunction would leave fully in place. I am satisfied in the balance. Blah, blah, blah. I grant the requesting injunction in joining the lieutenant governor, blah, blah, blah. So, you can pause it at any point to read the rest of it, but, you know, good news. It's good news. Danielle Smith can, of course, still use the notwithstanding clause to override that, but by using the notwithstanding clause, you are therefore then acknowledging that what you are doing is violating human rights. Not that a lot of people, I think, in Alberta would care much, but this is good news, basically saying that the ban that Alberta wants to put through on gender-affirming care for youth, and again, we're talking about age-appropriate gender-affirming care, it would all have been banned. This injunction went through saying, no, they can still receive their treatments, that gender diverse youth can still receive their treatments. So good news. Also, look at this. 100K defy Hungary's ban march in Budapest Pride event. Forget if I could watch the video. That was more important. I think I'm going to do the video because my voice is fried.
Tens of thousands of people marched through the Hungarian capital Budapest on Saturday after a band.
Right, I get concerned when they have music on in the background, but we'll see. Lovely pictures here of like 100,000 people defying a ban and marching in their pride parade. Wonderful to see.
Pride rally turned into a large-scale protest against Hungary's government. Demonstrators gathered near City Hall waving rainbow flags and carrying signs against Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Police rerouted the march to prevent clashes with small far-right counter-protests. The ban was imposed as the Orban government passed a law in March allowing to prevent Pride events, citing child protection. Supporters of the march included over 70 European Parliament members and dozens of Hungarian civil groups who signed an open letter opposing the ban.
This is what solidarity looks like. You know, having your allies come out and help with this too, because when it's against a government like Hungary's government, the power is in the numbers. You know, the more people you have out, the more powerful it is, the more safe you are.
And everyone wants their freedom, and everyone wants to express and their need for freedom. You know what I mean? No one wants to live in oppression, actually. And love is more important than power. And yeah, I think people, even if they don't want to, whoever wouldn't come out to protest, everyone came out to protest, and it is for freedom. It's not really necessary.
And it's also good that they are connecting it to saying this isn't just about queer rights. It's about, you know, the deterioration of rights. You know, if you let this happen to queer folks, then you're next type thing. So it's not even so much, a lot of people there are just protesting the fact that there's this crackdown on queer folks because it's a crackdown on rights. And rights are rights, you know. You can't concede ground on that. Or, you know, you're next.
Liberal views, actually, and for love and equality, and very much against the government, I believe. And I'm very happy that neighboring countries came to support us as well. So it's like many, many, many people, way more than we expected, actually.
What a beautiful picture.
More than 100,000, maybe, I don't know, people here because we got something to say, like, you cannot make rules and just, you know, we won't obey them if they're stupid rules. Like, why would I, like, we didn't have no child, and also we are here for the politicians. In Hungary we got, like, even in Fidesz we got lots of gay politicians. They cannot be here.
At some point you have to stand up and show you what you want to do in this country, and I want to feel good in this country.
Let's see. So around 100,000 people defied the government. Marchers gambled with potential police intervention and heavy fines to participate in the 30th annual Budapest Pride, which was outlawed by a law passed in March by Orbán's right-wing populist government party. The march began in Budapest and went on. So while members of the blah, 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 blah. Sorry, my voice is kind of... It's been 4.5 hours, so you know how it gets for me in trying to read right now. So some of the participants says the march wasn't only about defending the fundamental rights of sexual minorities, but also addressed what they see as an accelerating crackdown on democratic processes under Orbán's rule. Orbán and his party have insisted that pride in celebration of LGBTQ plus visibility and struggle for equal rights was a violation of children's rights to moral and spiritual development. No, it's not. Rights that a recent constitutional amendment declared took precedent over the fundamental rights, including that to peacefully assemble. Children don't become queer. They are. It's how they're born. The law fast-tracked through Parliament in March made it an offense to hold or attend events that depict or promote homosexuality to minors under the age of 18. Orbán earlier made clear that Budapest Pride was explicit target of the law. But as you saw, 100,000 people came out to defy that. Now, for the next event that I'm going to, where this might be an issue, I know what kind of sign I'm going to make. So here's some church people being like, ooh, pride, bad, it's evil. And this person here holding up a sign saying statistically more likely to be a sex predator more than anyone here, with an arrow pointing to the church folk. True. No errors detected in that statement. Oh, there, that's a bit bigger for you guys to see. Yeah, I do not see no lies detected statistically. Yeah. Oh, okay. And here's my pansexual kitty that I got at Pride this year. So cute. A little pansexual kitty. The light makes it look really harsh, but it's not quite as dark pink as you're seeing, and the yellow looks like a muted. It just looks like a muted canary yellow. And all my Pride stuff back there too. Happy Pride, everyone. Oh, okay. So I'm going to check the SandBox after I stretch out my leg. Oh, let's see. Rachel would say, I get TV series after the fact on DVD from local libraries. I know people who do that too. I like used DVD stores, like places that will trade in used Blu-rays and DVDs and stuff like that. I like going there because I like having hard copies so that I don't have to rely on streaming services or the internet. And so sometimes when the internet has been out here, I'm like, I can have a movie marathon of whatever genre I pick. And then they're also a lot cheaper because they're used when you get them that way. So that's what I like to do. So Life Looney is going to get his 5-hour stream finally. Is not even paying attention. I've had plenty of 5-hour long live streams. This will hardly be rare these days. Oh. Looney Tunes 9000 saying fuck the book bans. Yes. Oh, and apparently Soul Life said that an hour ago. But the chat is being very weird. Rachel wondering if Lovis is an Hungarian name, and it is indeed. My father's side is Hungarian. Mostly. Not all, but yeah. And then there's a lot of other European mixes on my mother's side and stuff. But yes, Lovis is Hungarian, and it means horseback rider. Miss Man, always the think of the children excuse. As a former child, I can say children don't care. We were never confused. We just wanted to be left alone to be kids, not political tools by stupid adults. Stop jumping. People mentioning other ways of getting programs that I do not publicly endorse. Bad. No. Shouldn't do it. And people finding ways to have fun with my last name. Whatever you do, don't go telling Vosh what my last name is. Okay, come on up. My last name should stand for cat cuddler. Very cool. Apparently autocorrect will change farter to farmer. Yes, we have Orange Kitty here. But yeah, there's UK, French, American. I would love to do like a proper genetic, like I don't necessarily want a family tree because family trees can be so wrong for so many reasons, you know, adoptions or affairs and things of that sort. So that won't give you like necessarily a very good accurate representation of where your heritage is from. Although I would still like that. I would still find it interesting to find out, you know, technically speaking, like legally family members who they were. But I would love to do one of those genetic tests where you find out like this is all your different backgrounds and how much and percentage and stuff. I've just never had the extra money to do it. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. He just loves shoving his butt up in the air. Yeah, Swift returns 23andMe. I know friends who have done it. And they know what I would like for Christmas. Is to do it too, because I'm curious. Because I've had this... I have a look about me that is very... What's the word? Like, I don't want to say generic, but I've had people guess that I'm from every white country and then some. Like, I look like I could come from almost every white country and then a couple of South American ones. People were guessing. It's just, it's a very universal, I think, a very universal phase. Where people would always have troubles guessing my nationality, which to me, it doesn't matter because it's such a mix. So, like when I was living in Toronto, there they would often say, hello, what's your name? Where are you from? And that was one of the few places you could go where are you from isn't like a coded microaggression type thing. It was from a genuine curiosity because it was such a mix of people there. And so people were constantly wondering like, oh, what's your different backgrounds and stuff of that sort. And so when they would find out that my last name is Hungarian, they suddenly expect me to know anything about it, which I don't. Like, I don't know anything. I think baklava is Hungarian, and I find it disgusting. I've never found a baklava I've liked. I don't know the language. I don't know the food. I don't know the culture. Nothing. And, you know, I'd only be part that anyway because of all the other cultures that European mutt that I am type thing. Let's see. Swift returns. If you make a wish list, you can add the DNA test there. Well, I have an Amazon wish list linked in the description box below. Do they have like those types of DNA tests on there? Like I know one of them, somebody's pointing out 23andMe is maybe done, but there might be like ancestry.ca or something like that. Like there might be another one still available. I don't know if they're available on Amazon though. Jet, I'm adopted. I can only say I have some Scottish in me. That's all I know. Rachel Atwood, a lot of white people in South America. No, people thought somebody thought like I was Brazilian. And well, you know, like that's entirely possible because Brazil extraordinarily multicultural, like one of the most multicultural countries. Oh, Swift return saying not on Amazon, but there is a Linktree wish list you can make. Huh. So you're not limited to Amazon. Oh, that's good to know. Because I know not everyone is a fan of Amazon. Me included. I'm not a fan of Amazon, but it's a unfortunate necessity, especially when it comes to selling my book. How's that for a segue? On Amazon, yes. What do you guys think of the reading earlier? Sorry. That's all I want to do. All I want to talk about is that book sometimes. I live in that world so much. So many interesting things are falling together with it and whatnot, and I look forward to where I can just absorb myself in it and not think about anything else. Like, it is a real escape for me to go into that world. And I so look forward to getting the TYT video done so that I can do that. But the TYT video is a monster video. That will be split into at least 2 videos. And so the plan is maybe like a Saturday, Sunday screen, one half Saturday, one half Sunday, and after each screening have a live stream to talk about it. But we'll have to see how that goes. It's just, it's overwhelming. I have anxiety about it. I'm worried it won't live up to what I imagine it to be in my head. And the next part is very, you have to, it's big box brain thinking. I don't know how, that's not the phrase, but it's taking all the montages, putting them in order, figuring out what I'm going to say in them, writing it out in the script, making sure I have everything, going through the bazillion images and tweets and stuff that I have to make sure that I'm using the most relevant ones, excluding things that maybe aren't as relevant anymore because it's been so long. And it's just, it's a big project, and I have a lot of anxiety about it. And that's where I can get stuck, is the anxiety is the thing that makes it so hard for me to get started on, because I'm worried about disappointing myself with what I do. Like if it's a TYT takedown video, there's going to be people who like it no matter what. But I don't want it to just be a drama takedown video. Like, I've never wanted to do that sort of video. So there has to be a more relevant point that I'm making. And there's several within this video that I'm making. I'm worried I won't communicate those properly, I think is what it is. And that it will just be slop, you know, the whole YouTube slop, as opposed to something more concrete type thing, or meaningful or significant. Swift returns, Amazon is a great idea. They just need to pay people right and wipe the Cheeto dust on Bezos' chin for him. Like, in some ways, Amazon isn't bad if it was used to, like, fill in the gaps. So, like, if you live in a rural area where you don't have access to law stores and stuff like that, it can fill in the gaps. Or if there's a specialized items that you need, like art supplies, but there aren't the stores around to fill in those gaps. But when it starts becoming the default because it's cheaper and it's more convenient and other independent places go out of business because of it, that's when it gets problematic. On top of they're not paying people well enough, while the people at the top of the company become ridiculously wealthy. But for a lot of people who live with poverty, we're forced to participate in the system that keeps us down, because a lot of people can't afford to do it any other way. Like, I needed to get an Amazon wish list to help build my YouTube studio. I have a second monitor, the box lights I'm using, the ring light, the microphone. All of that was from generous donations of people buying things off the Amazon wish list. Some of my art supplies. Some things that would just, you know, make me happy. A generous person got me the box set of Deep Space Nine, which is just amazing because, again, I love having the hard copies. And then plus when you get the box set, you get all the behind the scenes videos with it. So, yeah. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. So I wouldn't be able to have what I have right now without Amazon. And, you know, I've been able to get art supplies there that I just can't get around anywhere else, or certain tech gadgets and whatnot. So it's frustrating that sometimes that's your only option. Let's see. I think it's like with most things, like I'm not necessarily against like a lot of technology and stuff. It's just how it gets used, especially in this capitalist world, and how it exploits others, and how it was never, it's never designed to benefit people, just commodify people more. Because like AI in principle, I don't have issues with. But I have issues with AI, with how it's being used, how it's being implemented, what it's being used for, the fact that it's not helping anyone. It's taking away a lot of humanity and stuff. These types of things should be supplementary, like things added to, not things that erase. Let's see. So Donald James says, if I went back to TYT, I wouldn't recognize the people chatters there anymore. It's very different, very, very different. And one of the benefits, I guess you could say, of my video taking so long is it's going to be a walk down memory lane with a lot of the clips and stuff that I'm going to be referencing from a wide range. And so you'll be like, oh, right, that was a thing. Wow, okay, yeah, that was a thing. There'll be a lot of that. And so in a way, having this video together kind of documents it all in one place. And so you can see the turn more evidently. Like there's a lot more recent videos that I haven't bothered looking at. I did a couple yesterday because Jank was in Canada and I wanted to see those videos to see if he referenced anything about a Canadian contributor they once had on TYT, which he did not. I don't think I would have taken it well if he did. But just watching those made me feel sick. Like it irked me. It stirred up a little bit of anger in me because right out the gate, he's dissing the left, saying how we're unreasonable, how we're doing this, and he's lying over and over and over again about who we are. And it's just so frustrating. But I am wondering, oh, poor kitty. Like if you guys are interested in how I'm breaking down the video, because it starts off with like, the intro laying out what this video is going to be and the issues that I'm going to be tackling in it, essay style, I suppose. But the initial thing is talking about an online spat and how if we want to win over people who are still fans of TYT, you have to think of it as in you're talking to people who have been scammed or victims of fraud, and to have more compassion and to pick and choose your battles and all of that sort of stuff. And then it gets into, if you don't like this bullying and harassing done on an individual level, then why are you okay with Jank and Anna doing it? And then it gets into how they've turned on a lot of the commentators and stuff, like Francesca and Ben Dixon and Mondale and a few more, Bonnie. But then there's a separate section for Emma and Sam because it's on a whole other level with them and breaking down some of the whys and whatnot. Then it gets into, it's not just people that they've turned around on, it's also some issues, and then it lays out some of those issues that they've kind of have gone completely bonkers and basically right-wing with, followed by sketchy money stuff, followed by kind of a summary of all of that, and then like a final plea to basically Jank to really stop hurting the rest of us. Not that I think it will go anywhere, but I feel the need to put it in there. And it's just pointing out a lot of the hypocrisy. And it's showing people who maybe are just fans of TYT who don't absorb much else in news online content, showing them what the rest of us see. And it gets into that talk that I've mentioned before about the political and social multiverse that the algorithms have created. To me and to a lot of my audience, it's very obvious the turn and the harm that they're causing. But if all you do is watch TYT and occasionally go on Twitter where the algorithms will feed you positive tweets from them and whatnot, how would you know? You trust them. They're members of the media. They're constantly talking about, how reasonable they are and stuff. Why would you doubt them per se if you've never seen one of the debunking videos that's out about them? Why would you suspect them when they're so established and whatnot, and they have such a media literacy background and everything? Why would you question it if you don't know any better? And you would start thinking, what they're saying, well, yeah, that sounds right. If you've never been exposed to the fact that they're lying sometimes. And then it also gets really difficult when it's the sometimes. Some areas they're good on still, which makes them in a way more dangerous. Because if you have, Fox News, you just know everything they're spewing is shit. But when it comes to TYT, how do you know which is which? How do you know which is the completely wrong and right-wing takes versus the correct and left-wing takes? How do you know which is which when they present them as having equal vetting and rationale put towards them? How do you know the difference? Yeah. It's kind of where I'm going with that. But, let me know if what I just said in that rambling little bit there, if that sounds like it's going to be worth the amount of time I've already put into this, and that it's something you think people would watch. Because I'm worried I'm going to do this and it won't even get like 1,000 views. Let's see. Scary stuff in Idaho? How do you spell Idaho? I just saw it. Ambush on first responders. Firefighters ambushed. That's no good. Rachel Atwood, if it were conspiratorial, I'd ask if there's a reason the authorities don't want the shooter talking or exposing who he's working with. There's so much that's happened in the States lately that I just... There used to be documentaries about these mass shooters or internal terrorist attacks. Like if you look at the bombing that happened way back when of the one building. McVeigh? I think McVeigh is his name. And the amount of information you can find on him, what happened, the victims, and all that sort of stuff. And yet I still don't think there's a shred of information out about who the Las Vegas shooter is. And why he did what he did. But with like these ones from, you know, more than 15 years ago, it was, you know, the motivation, you know, everything, you see their childhood in a documentary which led to them being that way. But we're not getting that anymore, and I don't think it's just because of volume, because even with volume there's still the outlier cases that are so extreme and horrendous. But with a lot of the worst mass shootings these days, you don't know anything behind it. And I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, you don't want to give them attention. You don't want to normalize, you know, what they were thinking. I don't know, but it also seems odd to me, this complete void of information when it comes to some of these people. And it gets to the point where you're wondering, like, what are they hiding? So Life, there's a TYT regular chatter called Bucks that said horrible stuff about Palestinians, like horrendous stuff. I saw them say it on TYT too, and they're not banned. BCAT, Jank is getting paid to blame the left. Let's see. Donald James, it doesn't matter if TYT is supposed to be pro-Palestine. So Bucks being anti doesn't make sense. It's what I'm getting at is, like, it doesn't surprise me that they weren't banned because of that when you look at who they still have on the network. Oh, it's just both sides. That's all it is. You know, they can have the most genocidal denying Zionist that you can think of on their network and pay them because they're trying to present both sides, like there's two sides to a genocide. So then if you have somebody in chat just saying horrible things, then how can you justify banning them if you allow someone like Ben Glebe on your show? John Martinez, I will never visit the Panhandle because I might get lynched up there, and I'm not joking. I don't doubt it. I don't think I'll ever be able to visit. Like, in the near future, I don't even think I can go down to the States. Like, ever. I don't care what kind. Like, for what? Like, there's nothing that would get me into the States right now. Timothy McVeigh was his name, yeah. I was sort of right. I got the McVeigh. BCAT, I think it's financial backing, speaking along with their rise in popularity, leading to switch up, responding to Jet. They're both careers with overinflated egos. I don't think it's solely about the financial backing, as in, I think they believe a lot of this. Like, it's not just money. They also believe it. And they're just exposing their beliefs a bit more. Let's see. Swift returns. Why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Probably because they're extinct. Would be my guess. Let's see. Swift returns because they're extinct, yes. Rachel Atwood Ben Glebe is on TYT to make Cenk look reasonable by comparison. Yes and no. The thing is that when it comes to the issue of Gaza and Palestine, Cenk is very reasonable, and you don't need that counter to make him look reasonable. He already does. But yeah. Oh. Buy my book, please. I haven't sold any in a while. Because some people are wondering, when's the next reading? And I can't justify that if I get no sales from it. Like, let's say I were to get 20 sales by the time the next Minuet appearance. Then I might read chapter 2, you know? But at some point, I'm looking forward to when I can just sit down and absorb myself in this story again. There's just so much I want to do with it. I live in the world so much, and I see it so vividly, and what the characters and how they interact, and it's quite the mind trip, because it's literally it's not just a lifetime, it's like taking place over thousands of years that I have these dots to connect. And a lot of research will have to be involved because I do want it to be in the real world. So real historical events entwined with it type thing. Real cultural influences and whatnot. So it will take a lot of research to get the prequels done, and then the sequels. I get a little bit more flexibility with that because it's in the future. Let's see. Yes, it's been 5 hours. My voice is fried. It's been more than 5. It's been almost 5.5 hours. I don't know. Have I done a 6-hour live stream? I think I have. Twice. Maybe. Rachel Atwood, when it gets heated with Ben, it provides cover for when he gets heated with other guests when Cenk's who's in the wrong. Yeah, maybe. John Martinez, I enjoy Sandy's 5-hour streams. Oh, I wish I do enjoy them. I do and I don't, because right now I'm tired. My voice is fried. I need to get something to eat. It's late. I've been sitting in this chair all day because it's not just what you see on stream for the 5.5 hours. It's the 5 hours before stream where I was putting it all together. So it's a long day for me. Let's see. John Martinez, yes, you have done a 6-hour stream. I thought I have, yeah. I don't plan on beating that. But yeah, I don't know what else to talk about, so. I'm pooped. I'm pooped. So thank you everyone for the super chats today. Thank you for the extra little something emailed my way, Swift returns. I super appreciate that. So 56 Nick Rich, Rachel Atwood, really appreciate the super chats. They all help to keep my channel going. You can become members of my channel. The perk is in a video that's pinned to the top of my YouTube page that you can look into. I have all this stuff that you guys can check out. Definitely interested in people buying my I just love talking about it. I live in that world. I really do. And thank you to the mods for keeping it clean, keeping the sandbox clean of turds. I always say that, but I feel like there should be a better phrase. I don't know what it is. Thank you for everyone who's just watching, your support and liking and sharing. It goes a long way in the algorithms. I guess the next time I'll see everyone is Wednesday, when it will be me on this space. I have no idea what I'm planning for it yet. But I'm sure, as you're all aware, I could just end up rambling ADHD style for an hour easy, which I have done so far. You see, they made a huge mistake with my last live stream, because it wasn't my live stream, it was Minuet, and she was reading the first chapter of the book I wrote and was going over a little bit. You know, the hour mark had approached, but they still had like 2.5 pages to go. So they got the permission, and the producer's like, oh yeah, not a problem. The next one is just a video. I might be going long with a lot of them now. So yeah, everyone, I'm pooped. I'm pooped. So yes, Amazon wishlist, all e-transfers and PayPal money goes towards vet bills for Frodo. Who's my cat? Happy Pride, everyone, and I'll see you on the other side of Canada Day, I guess. It's not on the 1st, is it? No. When is the 1st? Okay, yeah. So it will be the other side of Canada Day. For those Americans who don't know, it's the 1st of July. Did we have a cat in here? Okay, fine. No, he's not jumping up. Okay. Coming up or not? Are you coming up? Come on. There we go. Oh. You're the one that wanted up here, sweetie. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.